Hello everybody, welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're going to be showcasing some Pokemon runs. Before we get into the run though, just a few quick reminders. As we start our revamped Hotfix seasons, you can join the official GDQ Discord and add the new Hotfix role where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff and showrunners, and more. You can use !Discord and Twitch chat for more information. Also, GDQ is proud to present its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration. You can join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. You can use !AAPI in chat for more information. With all of that said, I will hand it over to our runner and commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, I am Double Negative. I am the runner. You can find me on YouTube at Double-Negative. I'm a generally more of a VTuber clipper, but I also do speedruns from time to time. And yeah, today we'll be doing Brilliant Diamond.
Hello, I'm Salt Container. I'll be commentating this run with Aspect to my next to me here. I don't really do many runs. I do run this game from time to time. I usually post my runs on YouTube at I think it's NATL Container. And yeah.
I'm Aspect. I run pretty much all of the Switch Pokemon runs. I've spent a lot of time with the glitches in this game, so this is going to be a fun run.
Time starts when we pick the language in the start screen. So, Salt Container, could you introduce the category?
Yes. So this category is called All Key Items. We will be collecting all key items except for 3. Those exceptions are event key items, Oak's Letter, and Member Card. We cannot obtain those anymore because those were timed events. And the third exception is Shiny Charm, which requires completing the entire National Dex, which would take a few days, so we just decided to exclude it from this run.
All right, and we're going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
So this is Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. We're running specifically on version 1.1.1, which is the version that was released for the digital version of the game. And that's because all the glitches are in it. All the good ones.
Yep, they're
so
not
that's why
in
you would have
the...
seen
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
a little pop-up there asking if we wanted to update. We don't. We don't want to update.
And they're not even in the base version of the game on the physical one. They're specifically on the Day 1 patch, which, as Aspect said, is the base game for digital, technically. But for physical, there are a lot of cartridges that have 1.0.0, which actually does not have the main glitch we're going to use for this run.
So first I'm just going to turn off all these settings. And background music goes to 0 because that saves a lot of time over the course of this run.
Yeah, so it's just your standard Pokemon settings. It's fast text, set styles. We're not being asked if we want to switch Pokemon. No battle animations. We turn autosave off because there are some points where we do want specific saves just in case. And also, it does add some lag. And then, yeah, background music is off because for some reason in this game, every single jingle, from picking up an item, receiving some items, every single one, for some reason, has a jingle that can be skipped if you have music off, which saves upwards of 10 minutes through the run.
Yep, it is a lot of time. So unfortunately, we will not be hearing the great music of this game.
They did have it up on YouTube for a while. The video may or may not be there now.
Yes, this is just a typical start of a Pokemon run. We're going to go and get our starter. After that point, things start to get a bit weird with what we're going to do.
Yep.
We are going to choose Chimchar. That is the starter of choice, just because it tends to learn the moves that we need. Because we are going to be fighting some stuff in this run, unlike other typical glitched runs of this game.
And there also another reason we use Chimchar is because it has a good trainer route. Because throughout this entire run, we're going to be seeing all 150 Cinnamons. That is what unlocks the national dex in this game, and we need the national dex to unlock specific key items.
Yeah, things can get pretty dicey if the Chimchar has a minus speed nature, so I just save there in case we get one of those. Because we are going through the entire game with basically one Pokemon, we need to make sure it's good enough to actually beat everything.
Okay, so you're going to check the stats afterwards, just to make sure?
Yeah. So the first glitch is actually coming up soon. It's when I'll first demonstrate the menu storage. And we'll be able to see from that menu what my stats are. If I'm a minus attack nature, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it does look like minus attack, yeah. Yep, someone asked in the chat, why no game music? Yeah, so to reiterate, we turn off the game music because it saves about 10 minutes throughout the entire run. It skips all the jingles when picking up items.
Neutral, very nice.
Okay. Neutral
so
nature
here's
is
the first
perfect.
glitch of the run that is also the quintessential glitch of this run that we will use everywhere, anytime it's possible. Basically, when we open up the menu and go to give our Pokemon an item, we can just press A twice, just with a short delay, and it will instead stack two menus on top, which we then close out of one, and therefore we get movement with a menu. And how this allows us to do some very funky stuff.
It also leads to a lot of the game being played with the menu open, which looks like this.
Yep. So we'll be seeing our Pokemon status and our items quite a bit through the run.
Got stuck on the sign, or now the mailbox. But there's going to be a lot of this running around with the menu open.
Yeah. So right now, the entire world is frozen. Don't worry about it. It's fine, I promise. We planned for this. Basically, by closing the menu as we enter a door, it keeps the door storage... it's called door storage because it stores the script for the door opening, which means no one can see us until we decide that the menu, the animation should finish, or we save and quit, which is what we're going to do here.
Mm-hmm. The reason we save and quit instead of just kind of resuming the script that we interrupted is because if we resume it, then we get warped back into where the door would normally lead us, and that's not what we want. We want to stay in Jubilife here.
We also don't have anything at this point in the game that could resume the script.
Yes.
True, yeah.
We're just about to get one of those items.
So if you know this game, how it normally plays out, at this point in the game, we'd have the parcel, and we'd be delivering it to Barry here. But we don't currently have a parcel, but Barry doesn't really care. He just gives us a town map anyways.
Yeah, we definitely deliver the parcel there.
There are a few items in the run where if you do it in the regular order, you end up losing a key item. And since in this category we're trying to get all of them, we have to avoid doing those things in the correct order.
And
So
now
we're
we're
just
going
grabbing
to...
the Poketch coupons. We don't need the Poketch. That's not a key item, so we're not going to get it.
We're just going to keep all 3 coupons, and they're going to be in our bag for the entire run.
We can cash them in at a later point if we feel like it.
In fact, if you cash in the coupons for a Poketch, then you actually lose them, so that would fail the run.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And now we have one of the more important items in the game, the Old Rod. It is very important, which we'll showcase a little later on. But basically, it's one of those key items that allows us to resume scripts.
Yeah, I did that slightly incorrectly.
Yes. So here we're actually going to do something called double registering, which allows us to register one item in 2 slots for this menu that we've got here. So we're
Alright,
intentionally putting them in 2 slots because we need to be able to access that menu. We have it in 1 slot, it'll just automatically access the item.
Got stuck in that menu.
You probably could use the key item to resume it.
Yeah, sometimes some of the menus can get stuck like this, and unfortunately the only way to remove them is to save reset, so that does lose a little bit of time.
So every time that we have to save and reset, we lose about 32 seconds loading in. It does take quite a while to load into this game for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, it is a Unity game, so...
We are breaking it wide open.
And this is the first time I'm doing an actual stack. So I actually have 2 of these stored menus on top of each other.
And this is our first instance of script storage as well. We're intentionally storing the script of that DWS lady there to then continue it at a later point, which we can do just by flashing the save right here. She gives us a little push to the right, and we're in the wall now. And we're in the void.
Yep, so there's a few scripts in this game that automatically push the player around, and those scripts do not check collision at all. So you can just get pushed into walls and out of bounds. And someone asked in the chat how many key items we're trying to get. There are 28, right?
Yes?
Yep, 28.
Yep.
So now I've just run into the route that we're going to. You can tell from the bonk noises. And also, if you angle your character, it'll show you your speed, kind of. So we're actually going to go into the grass here. And the hope is that we see a whooper.
Yeah, so we're intentionally getting an encounter here because we do need to see all 150 Pokemon, and by getting Wooper here, we don't have to try and get it somewhere else later. It's actually one of the more frustrating Pokemon to find.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did not get Wooper. So while we were out of bounds, we walked all the way down to Route 212, which is right next to Pastoria. And we were able to re-enter it because the borders of the map are right up against the kind of the 32 by 32 chunk of the map. So it's only on those specific spots that we're able to re-enter into the map. Otherwise, it's all just collision all around.
I saw a question in the chat. Are badges key items? They are not key items, but we end up getting them anyway for other reasons.
Yeah, pretty much the gym leaders tend to have Pokemon that are a little rarer to find, so it makes it a little bit easier to get them seen for the national decks.
And they also allow us to use a few of the HMs, which are pretty useful for some other glitches we're going to do.
Okay, because I didn't see a Wooper, I'm now going to have to go back over to this route, but in order that we don't... In order that we don't
we're
get
literally
murdered
choosing
by
the
it,
right spot. Yeah.
in order that we don't get murdered, we're going to level up to level 100.
Hey, just real quick.
Two.
Yeah, so what we're doing
Three.
here is we're just replacing the rare candy with another item that we've got one of in our inventory. And all this does is it'll allow us to swap that rare candy with an ether every single time. And as far as the menu's concerned, we have a rare candy every single time. Because that's what its last check was.
Yep,
And so all that's going to happen is we're going to swap out. We're going to magically gain 10 rare candies.
And you'll notice that the text box starts to disappear after I think it's 6.
Yeah, 6 or 5.
Yep, so the game does not necessarily like us having that many menus, but, you know, it tolerates it.
I think I'm at 9 now. It's not a big deal if I miscount.
Realistically, it ends up being the same number of menus. So all these menus that we've stacked up, we're now going to have to try and get rid of them.
Not use the ether. So the text boxes that you're not seeing are saying you swapped the ether for the rare candy.
Yep, we'll start seeing them when there's about 5 or 6 left.
And then you might be thinking, well, 12 rare candies is enough to level all the way up to level 100. Well, it turns out, if we do the same thing... Oh, you should be fine. If we do a similar thing where we stack a whole bunch of menus of applying the rare candies to our Chimchar, we can just apply them multiple times.
So I think I'm in that menu now.
Yes.
Oh, I do have 12. This menu's a bit slower to do since you have to go back into the bag to use it each time.
Yeah. Right, we'll get there. We'll have level 100 Infernape for the rest of the run.
Yep. And doing it this way, by stacking a lot of menus like this, is going to have the side effect of kind of leveling up backwards. We're going to clear the text boxes for leveling up to 100 first. So it'll trigger the evolutions at like 189, I think. And then after that, we're going to learn all our moves backwards.
Yeah, so we're going to evolve to an Inferno at level 100, and then Infernape at level 81. Or 82.
Somewhere around there.
No one's got this. We should be able to survive a level 20 Rupo. But currently, we are stacking all these menus on top of each other at the same time. We're not letting any of the XP actually, or any of the level ups actually happen. And so we're not actually evolving.
It's also going to ask me off screen whether I want to learn Mach Punch or not.
Yes, because unfortunately we do have a lot of menus open and the game is not 100% happy with it. It accepts that it's happening.
So our moveset is going to be Flamethrower, Close Combat, Nasty Plot, and then later on Bulldoze. So we don't want to learn any of the other moves that we're going to be getting.
And Bulldoze is one of the other reasons we have we choose the Infernape line. It just gains a nice spread move that we can gain with relative ease. The other ones, I mean, there's Surf from Polygon, but that's a bit of a detour.
Yeah. Because yeah, we do not actually get Surf in this run.
Although we use it a lot.
Surf. And there's Flamethrower.
The funny thing
so
about
now we're-
Flamethrower is if you... I'm focusing a little bit and trying to talk. If you evolve before leveling up, Monferno and Infernape will not actually learn Flamethrower. You have to be a Chimchar.
Yep, only Chimchar in the line does learn it. So yeah, and since we were technically a Chimchar when we leveled up at about like 55, I think is Flamethrower, we do get it. We do get Chimchar specifically, his learn set.
So now we've got to pray for a Wooper.
It's another Bibarel. Bibarel is a bonus that we can get here. We won't have to encounter it later on.
The other bonus around here is Floatzel, but it's in the next route, not this one.
Mhm. So I think Wooper is 30% on this route.
Yeah, 30%.
Rosello, we definitely do not need to see. We see plenty of those as it is. And there we go.
So there are actually no consistent trainers that have a Wooper in the game. I think it's the only one that is like that. I think it's specifically interviewers in Jubilife on Thursdays, something like that.
Chatot's also like that.
No, there is one trainer on 212 that we used to fight that has one.
Okay. We did a lot of very specific trainer routing for this category. And it's sort of like the famous traveling salesman problem, because you need to get from point A to point B while hitting all these intermediate steps and trying to keep as short a route as possible.
Mm-hmm. And recently we've rerouted this to actually include the new Grand Underground in this game. There are wild encounters in the Underground, which we use to skip quite a lot of trainers that would otherwise be a big detour.
Now, this trainer always likes messing up your run. We have to run past her, I think, twice. And if she hits you either time, it's an extra unnecessary battle.
Yeah.
So we're going to pick up a key item here, which sometimes I forget.
The sweet key, so that's key item number 5.
And you can see how quickly these items are being picked up. There's nothing going on here. It's just immediate text. You can clear it. No problems. If we had the music on, it would take an extra 3 or so seconds to clear the jingle first.
Yep, so all those tiny 3 seconds do add up to about 10 minutes overall. Alright, so here we're going to do PP up to get more PP on flamethrower specifically, and also for a little bit of money, because we're going to be shopping when we get to Veilstone.
Six. 7. I think I could just do one more. The last menu doesn't need to be stored because you don't need to open anything on top of it. You could just give straight from that menu.
So here's another example of another example of script storage that we're going to do in a second. We're going to grab this guard's script here. Normally he would move you back left to prevent you from going to Sunny Shore, but we're going to make use of being in a script to just walk through the grass here and get to one of the trainers that we have to fight. And sometimes some of the scripts will resume after just a few seconds like this. So we just make use of that and then just fight the trainer.
I think a lot of the scripts wait for animations to finish and it counts walking as an animation. So whenever you stop walking, it continues. So if you see us go off into the void to fight some random trainer, it's usually because they have a Pokemon that's hard to find elsewhere.
Yep. Because for example, here Shieldon, you'd have to get a fossil specifically on Pearl, and that's not possible currently in Brilliant Diamond, so we just fight this trainer instead. And here we're going to do what we call KIF, which is a key item freeze. So whenever you use a key item like this, that's actually also a script. So we're able to interrupt that script with the text box from the menu. It kind of cancels it. And so we're able to just move around while it's frozen. And then we just use another key item to unfreeze.
And you'll see that we add an extra menu on top of the key item, because if we didn't have that there, anytime we try and do a movement that's, we'd have to take it very slow to not trigger the key item underneath.
Yeah, if you fully tilt the joystick, it'll trigger one of the key items. So you could walk around with just with tiny movements, but it's pretty slow. So we just kind of put a menu there. And these kinds of menu stacking, we like to call them menu sandwiches. And we do have names for both the pause menu and the key item menu. We call them bread and ham. But it does make some weird sandwiches sometimes. Like, for example, with KIF, we have ham, bread, ham, which is not really a sandwich you'd see commonly.
Grab the metronome item as well. This is a secret item that's going to help us later on. But basically, because we have to get a whole bunch of information about Pokemon, we are actually have to fight most of the Elite Four, which with a level 100 Infernape isn't too bad. But we certainly need a little bit of help just finishing off some of their more invested Pokemon. Because the developers of this game actually did a really good job in building teams. Which, I mean, I'm sure a lot of casual people would have gone into Elite Four thinking, oh yeah, this will be fine. And then you've got these competitive level teams to deal with.
All of the Pokemon in the Elite Four have items, I believe. And there's a few that can be a little bit of trouble. For example, Lucian's Alakazam is really fast. It has 31 IVs in speed, full EVs, and I think he has a life orb as well. So it can definitely kill our run if we're too slow, but since we don't have a minus speed nature, we'll be fine once we get there.
If you noticed on the first level, I bought several Pokédolls. I'll let someone explain what that's for.
We're going to be using the first Pokédoll on Maylene, actually. We are able to use Pokédolls during trainer fights using some of the menu storage. And normally, when you'd open your bag in a battle, Pokédolls would be in the battle items section, and it would not have the use menu option. But if we bring a overworld bag into the battle, we're able to actually use it from there, and it will just properly use the Pokédoll and therefore skip the battle.
We just sort of throw a Pokédoll at Melee and she gets distracted and gives us the badge.
Yep.
But first, we have one of the most annoying puzzles to do in this game. Because unfortunately, everything from... This is a 1-to-1 remake, essentially, of Diamond and Pearl, which was on a grid movement system. We are not on a grid when we're doing movement in this game. And as a result, one-tile gaps get a little bit difficult.
Yeah, there are technically two collision systems in this game. There's the base Unity one, which is like box colliders and stuff like that, which most 3D games use. But this game also has on top of that a grid-based collision system. And just the two interacting like this, especially in like one wide hallways, is it's a little annoying to navigate sometimes.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of spinners here as well. Spinners in this game are a little strange. We're not going to have to interact with too many of them, thankfully. But this front guy in the middle is just a rotator. He just goes anti-clockwise. He's pretty easy. But these other guys, you can't really manipulate when they're going to turn. You really have no control over it. All you can do is control which direction they turn in. So if you just run in the direction you want them to turn and then walk as you go around the corner, it'll force them to go to that direction. And they can sort of do a gotcha spin if they hear you walking right as they turn or turn back. So just got to be a little careful of that. But generally, they're not too bad.
This room is by far the worst.
Yes, absolutely. For this run, at least.
So
Yeah,
we're
he's
not
our
going
first
to
leader to fight.
we're not going to use the Pokédoll immediately because we actually want to see her second Pokemon, but we don't actually care about fighting the third. So we'll knock out the first, see the second, and then use the doll. And we're going to do that on a couple fights.
Yeah, the Pokédolls are great for doing stuff like that, where we only need to see the first few, and then we just cancel the battle right in the middle. There's another battle skip glitch that we're going to have a little bit later in the run. We're actually going to go get it next. And that one actually completely skips the battle. So we can't do what we do with dolls here. So that's why we have we're going to use sometimes this doll version and some other times the other version we're going to get.
You'll see a few times that we do some stranger things on fights just to make sure we're getting the information that we need for national decks, like this fight coming up here. We're going to intentionally KO our partner's Pokemon just so that we can see their Grottle. Because we don't get to see that anywhere else.
Yeah.
Or we could, but it would be an extra fight. It just ends up quicker.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Dawn here has Clefairy, Kadabra, and then Grottle. So we do have to KO both her Clefairy and Kadabra.
I forgot to teach Bulldoze.
Oh.
It's fine. I have enough flamethrowers for this, maybe.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine on
It
flamethrowers.
should be fine. You can always
It'll
do
just
the
take a
ether
little
on a menu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did leave Infernape with an ether, so I can just start any battle with it, and then by taking it away in the middle of a battle, it would duplicate it. It's an alternate for the doing it with just the menus. Do we think Grottle can take down a Beautifly?
There's no way he's going to get hit by Air Cutter.
Yeah, definitely not going to get hit by our cutter.
I mean,
See?
that works.
Grottle actually does survive a hit if you hit it with Bulldoze. It's sort of a testament to its defense.
Yeah, it has very, very high defenses. It's a little slow, though.
Yeah, both the Turtwig line and Piplup lines are a little slow on their fully evolved form. So that's also another reason we use Infernape, because we just outspeed pretty much everything.
And we're now going to see why this was the first badge we got in a second. It is
Yeah,
by
we,
far the
we didn't just do
quickest.
that fight for information. We also needed that fight to be gone for a trigger later on.
Yeah, this fight specifically also allows the Pastoria Grun to run away from you after you finish that gym there. There's a lot of little triggers here and there that through normal gameplay you wouldn't notice, but since we're doing all this, it's we have to trigger specific things in order.
And yeah, so the entire reason we did Maylane first was to be able to use Fly.
Yep, and now we are going to beat Roark. And to get into his gym, we can just trigger this this youngster's script here, where normally he'd show us around the town, and we just use that to kind of walk through the gym.
It's a normal gameplay would be you have to talk to him, have him show you around the town, and then go through mines to go and see Roark. This way, we don't have to do that. We can just, casually walk through the back of the gym and access the door that way. And we're going to actually have to fight Roark, because Roark has a Cranidos, which is a fossil Pokemon, and we are not going to be getting the fossils.
Yep.
From time to time, it might look like I'm picking weird moves, but often it's for PP management, because doing that battle with Flamethrower is not normal. So I'm a little low on it now.
You still haven't taught Bulldoze as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure to teach it after this one.
Yeah.
Because I think you do use it for the next fight, right?
Not the next fight, or the one after that. I think the next one is in Eterna Forest.
Do you not use it for the double in Juby?
No, there's a Zubat there.
Oh, true, true.
Might as well teach it anyway. You can't actually skip the Jubilife battle with a doll, so the best thing you could do, I guess, is dupe an ether using that menu.
And this is another instance of why no music is much, much faster. Every single thing that Rourke gave us there normally takes about, I think it ended up being about 15 seconds longer.
Yep.
With
Collision
music
in this game
so every
is terrible.
Every single gym that we complete, we'd lose about 15 seconds having music on.
Could teach Drain Punch, but it's unnecessary.
Yep, and now we're going to go and get a Rock Smash, because we weren't supposed to have that already. This is exclusively for Victory Road, pretty much. Victory Road, and when we come back here to get a little bit more of information here as well. And now, one of the silliest flies in the game, or in this run, we're going to fly to Jubilife. Just down that way. That's because there is a trigger along that route that is a fight with our rival, Barry. And we don't really want to do that.
Yeah, he does not have any info that we need specifically, so we just kind of skip him.
So this is sort of how we're going to be seeing a lot of fights. Random menus open.
Ooh.
In this case, you can close
okay,
it.
fine.
Yeah.
But in other fights, it's going to
Make
be
sure-
open for the entire fight.
Going to make sure there's no text up, otherwise it can sort of get a bit funky.
Yeah, sometimes you can end up with a soft lock battle where no text shows up during the battle. It's just kind of a little cutscene, but it seemed to be fine here.
I haven't had issues with doing it that way before.
Oh,
But
I'm
it is
thinking of
kind of
something
dicey.
else. I'm thinking of ball capsule stuff.
So now we're going to get the most important item in the game.
Yeah, we need to be able to put stickers on our balls so that they make funny letters when they come out.
And it is unironically the most useful item.
Also, another reason why we had to fight Roar before coming here, that fight specifically only gets triggered after you fight Roar.
And yeah, so we are playing on an older version of the game. We're playing version 1.1.1. They've patched this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It was a solid probably about a week, maybe.
There were like new discoveries on new versions and stuff, but eventually everything was patched like a month or two after.
Yeah.
Menu storage
Yeah, we
on
gotta-
the latest. The menu storage on the latest known version to have it was discovered by one of our commentators.
Yep, that was me. And it was really complicated to set up. So here you might notice we're doing a KIF, but without the other key item menu at the bottom. That's because repel expiring is also a script, and so that simply unfreezes us once we get past all the trainers. So no need for another key item menu.
Yeah, so a lot of this is just menu. A lot of this is like movement specifically around, or like using items specifically so that it will interrupt our frozen world here. I guess there's another way that we can interrupt a script where this guy normally pushes us back. So we're like, okay, well, we'll just talk to you while we're having a little walk over here.
That specific skip there can be very crash prone. If you're not fast enough in closing the menu when you enter the trigger, it will crash specifically because the text box will open on top of the text box in our menu. So when there's a second text box that opens on top of another one, usually the game will crash. The only exception is I think some of the battle text boxes and also the pause menu text box itself, which we do use for KIF specifically.
And yeah, so we did just skip past a relatively large story beat. Normally you'd have to go through Valley Windworks and fight a whole bunch of Galactic grunts, deal with Miles for the first time, and his Perugly. That is definitely legal. There is nothing wrong with a level 19 Perugly.
Nothing
That's completely
wrong.
normal.
I'm also going to do a slightly different KIF here. So normally we do it from inside the Pokemon menu, but here I have to go all the way out to the overworld to do it.
When you have a partner following you, the text box, when using an old rod, like you just saw here, it is a little different. It's only one line. So backing out to the menu is a little more time sensitive and it's really difficult to do. Probably like just a few frames. So instead we just opt for the safer option, which is opening an extra menu, I think you did.
Yeah, if you use the key item and open a menu immediately after that, which is, you can do that a lot faster than closing out.
Yep, so that KIF in particular was to skip one of the doubles, and then this psychic double just to fight one of them.
Yeah, all this pathing is just trying to just get all of the Pokemon that we need. So specifically here we're looking at Burmy and Cascoon we need from this fight.
I think we get
Yeah,
Chansey
and
from
as
it
well.
too.
Yeah,
And we
that's
get
very
Chansey
good
as well, yep. Unfortunately, Chansey is gone. We're still lucky that
Unfortunately, I
Burmy
get
didn't
a
feel like
crit.
using Protect. Yeah, this Burmy likes to use Protect. It has two different moves, and it's random AI, so it's 50-50 for whether it does or not.
When we're so overleveled, nothing is not going to knock these out. So getting something like a critical hit or super effective text box is just a waste of time.
Yeah, it turns out a level 100 Infernape is quite strong.
I see someone asking in chat, what is all key items? Mind explaining the category again?
Yes, so all key items is we are going to collect all of the possible key items in this game in our bag at the same time. There are three exceptions: the Oak's Letter and Member Card, which are event-only items, and the Shiny Charm, which requires completing the Nat Dex, which would take a few days, so we've decided to exclude it.
It also requires having 2 games.
It does also require that, yeah.
And this is the one gym that we really wish didn't exist, but unfortunately does.
Yeah.
Gardenia's trainers have a loss check, which means you do actually have to win against them. You can't just give them a doll and say good day.
There's some
and
very...
all of them have,
go ahead, sorry.
All of them have scripts to trigger the next fight.
Yeah, there's just very specific trainers in the game that have this loss check. All the trainers in this gym, except Gardenia herself, do. There's one grunt double at Spear Pillar, and I think that's it. There might be some others that I'm missing.
There is one grunt in Celestic Town as well.
True, that one as well. And also, a very fun fact about that. In 1.00, specifically that version, all the gym leaders also have a loss check, but they were removed in this version that we're running on, in 1.11. Don't ask me why they removed it or why they had it in the first place, but it was there.
So it was a conscious decision to allow us to use Pokeballs to end Pokédolls to end the battles. Let's just go with that explanation.
Yep. All to make this run faster.
Yeah, so the entire reason we actually have to do this gym is exclusively because Gardenia allows us to use Cut, which is the only way that we can get to Rotom.
Yeah, eventually in the run we'll have to go and catch a Rotom for 2 key items. And to get there we have to get to the old Chateau, which is an Eterna Forest, and it's blocked by 3 cut trees. And there currently is no possible way to get around them without using Cut. But we've been trying.
Tried everything.
So from time to time in this game, you get heals back to full HP and healing the power points of your moves as well. And exiting Eterna Forest was one of them, since Cheryl heals you after every battle. And we're going to try and make as much of our healing come from that as possible, just so that we don't have to waste time going through centers and such.
Yeah, because unfortunately centers do still take time. They don't seem to be limited by their jingle, so their heals still take a little bit of time. There is a couple of heals that you can get that aren't limited by their jingle, and it is so ridiculously quick that it takes less than a second to do.
Yep, and we will be using that one during the run.
All right, Aspect, could you remind us what ball capsules do again?
Yeah, so ball capsules let you put these funny little stickers onto your Pokeball, that then when you throw the Pokeball out, it makes some funny shapes. It's quite amusing. That's what we're using them for, though. So it turns out that when you use a ball capsule to preview how the ball capsule will look, just as you enter a battle, it decides to overwrite the whole script for the battle, and then you can just close out and continue on your way. And so that's what we're going to do right here. We're going to wait for the battle to just about start. We're going to preview our ball capsule. We're going to see Infernape come out a couple times.
If you do that one time instead of 2, you crash.
Yeah. Then we exit back out, and we've beaten Gardenia.
And that's the other version I mentioned earlier of Pokédolls. You can skip battles with Pokédolls, but also with ball capsules like this.
Okay, I think the break's coming up, but I think I have time to beat Jupiter first.
Yeah, I think you have time, yeah.
I'd say so. And yes, in Gen 4, you used to be able to get letters, so you could say Fortnite on your Pokemon when you threw them out.
Although we're using cut here, it's not actually necessary for those trees. We could get past those with glitches.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways we could get past them. I'm not going to spoil one of them, but there's another way that we could have done it that we won't be using really in the run. It turns out if you get the Explorer's Kit, you can interrupt the animation of you coming out of the Explorer's Kit and just walk over the top. The other way we're going to be using a lot of to get into a lot of places.
So this is
So
one
you don't really
variant.
feel like...
I was saying this is one variant of the key item freeze, where we don't actually need to have a menu in between the two ham, because with this one, we're just walking in the same direction, and if you're holding a direction, it won't activate a key item, only when you turn in that direction.
You can just buffer the direction on the menu, and then the key item menu decides it doesn't feel like understanding that input at the time. So yeah, we just got to fight through Jupiter. We're going to get information on Skuntank here, which is quite nice. But the main reason we have to do this is to get the bike, which is a key item.
We're rescuing the person who gives us the bike.
Don't pay attention to the fact that Jupiter also has a Skuntank that is illegal and should not be evolved at this current time.
It's okay. They're the evil team. They're allowed to cheat just a little bit.
I feel like we're cheating a bit more than them at this point.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So I think this is about the 1 hour mark, so we're gonna start the break once I walk into this house. So we could pause time.
Awesome. Yeah, during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything they need to do. So we're going to take a quick break, everybody. We'll be right back with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some Pokemon runs. We're right in the middle of a Pokemon Brilliant Diamond all key items run. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever y'all are ready.
Yeah, we could restart the timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, we are getting the Explorer's Kit here, which, well, in the original versions of the route, we weren't actually really using it for much. It was just a key item that we needed to get. But in this version, it's actually quite helpful. It allows us to get quite a lot of information, along with a more annoying bit of information to get later on that we now don't have to do. So while we're going through here catching, we'll go a quick recap of everything. We have a level 100 Infernape, about 20 minutes into the run. We went from Jubilife City all the way to Route 212, which is to the left of Historia City. We then beat Maylene, the third gym leader. We then flew back to Jubilife and then beat the first gym leader. And then made our way, ignoring specific story beats, to Eterna City to beat the second gym leader. So we've done the first 3 gyms, but not quite in the correct order.
Yep, and so far we are at 6 key items. I don't think you got the bike yet.
No, bike is coming up next.
Yep, so we're at 6 key items currently, out of 28.
And we are looking for some specific spawns here.
And the one I'm looking for right now is a Bunnery.
So every type of cavern in the underground has very specific encounters they can have. The ones we want in this one are specifically Baniri and Kricketot. There's also a few bonus ones that are in multiple caverns, like Machop, Murkrow, and Shinx. And there's also Pachirisu that we can get to skip a trainer later.
So we've got a Kricketot, Machop, Murkrow, and Pachirisu.
Yep,
there are a
so
There are a few others.
just need the Baniri and then Shinx as a bonus that we can also get in the next room.
Yeah, there's also these rare spawns that can happen. Generally, you see one per room, and it just comes from a separate table, which is what the Swablu and the Lickitung are.
Yep, there can only be one of those per per room, basically.
There's another room we're going.
Binary.
Is there one here?
Nope, I didn't see one.
Well, the sad thing about it is that this room actually has the lower rates of the two, and you can also see everything in the other room. It's just that we do need a Baniri, and this is the most... its rate is lowered in the other room.
There you
There
go.
it is. Yeah, so now we're also going to go to a grassland cave here. We're looking for Machop, which I believe we've already seen, Murkrow, which we've already seen, Shinx, Combi, and very importantly, Cherubi. We in fact need to catch this Cherubi.
Yep, it is faster to catch this Cherubi and evolve it to get Cherim instead of fighting a trainer with a Cherim. I think there's only one trainer that has one,
Yep,
and
one
it's
trainer.
it's a picnicker in Iron Island.
I think there's another one. There's Shinx. There's another trainer that has it, but it's on a post-game route.
Yep, and those, well, they don't really require the Nat Dex, but it's a bit easier to get there with it.
So the hitboxes of these Pokemon in the underground are massive, so it's really easy to accidentally walk into one or the terrain and like get into a battle that you don't want to be in. But right after a battle, you have a few seconds where you can run around without the risk of a Pokemon running into you.
There's a Cherubi that we need to do. You're seeing Combi now, I believe.
Right? There's just Combi, and we hit the optional Pachirisu.
And yeah, so before we were doing these strats, we had to go out of our way to find the Pokemon in trainers, which wasn't too far out of the way, but it was extra fights. Which, if we get these spawns quickly enough, it actually ends up being much quicker to do this instead of actually do those fights. And a
No
Scyther
improvement.
again, that's another rare spawn.
No improvement to the run, but if we get female Combi, that's bonus points.
Yeah, so the majority of this run is actually just trying to get all 150 Pokemon found.
Yep, the Nat Dex gives us, I think, probably around 6 or 7 of the key items we need. So it is a lot, and we do need them, so.
Okay. For the sake of timing the break well, I did things a little out of order, but now we're getting the bike.
Which is another key item, and it's also going to help us speed up a little bit. The bike in this game is, it's something to control.
Yeah.
It's really not that good, but it does go fast, which is what we need. But for some reason, well, because of the weird collision detection that they have for this game, walls are pretty sticky. So if you hit one, you lose all speed, and then suddenly gain it all back as soon as you turn another direction.
And here in Orberg, there just happens to be a post that lets you use the bike.
Yep, and we're gaining another key item. We're getting the Versus Seeker here, which, again, until this recent reroute, was quite useless, but it's very, very helpful now.
Yep, we have this new trick that we're going to be using in just a second. Very similarly to KIF or Key Item Freeze, we're going to be basically disabling all the trainers and then just walk right past them.
And there's a two key item combo that we need to register to do that.
Yep, the Explorer's Kit and the VS Seeker.
This one is actually one of the simpler menus to set up.
Alright, so to explain how this works, this glitch, we called it VS Disable. And basically, you start by using the Explorer's Kit. And this Explorer's Kit script disables all trainer eyesight, but it also sets a specific movement flag that prevents you from moving even if you cancel the script. But thankfully, the VS Seeker also uses that flag. So we just basically use the VS Seeker on top of it to disable it. And then since we interrupted the Explorer's Kit script, all the trainers are still disabled. And so we can just walk right past all of them.
And it specifically only disables their vision. That means if we do need to fight one of them for information, we can just walk up and talk to them.
Yep. And this effect resets whenever you change rooms. So now it has been reset. It's only valid for one room. So we grabbed the Good Rod and the Puffin case, so now we are at 10 key items out of 28.
Now you might want me to do Ghastly Route, but I'm not going to do that right now.
That's fair.
So this is one of the hardest tricks in this run. We call it Fantina Elevator Skip. So currently the elevator is at the top of the room, and we can't reach it. And normally to make it go down, we'd get Surf in Celestic, but we're far away from it. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to cancel the door exit script, like we just did here. Then we're going to use a ball capsule, which, as well as skipping trainers, allows us to fix our movement to the tile we're on. So now we're just past the door. And we're just going to resume movement here and walk all the way around and save in the back. So once we reset, we'll be able to just walk past the door and then enter it.
And yeah, so doors are all one way in this game. They couldn't be bothered putting collision behind them, so we can just walk straight through it. But there is a different, well, there's basically the same skip, but a little bit more precise. If you don't have ball capsules, you can still do it.
Yeah, with ball capsules,
yeah, it's a very precise one.
with ball capsules, you don't need to be precise at all. You can just run, and you're good.
And the
we do need a
reason we
little
had
bit of information here.
yeah, sorry about that. So the reason we had to save and reset there at the end of that skip is because we still had the door script stored. So like near the start of the game when we skipped all the way to Jubilife, if we resume the script, it'll just warp us out. So we don't want that. So we just save and reset because we kind of have to.
So yeah, for these trainers, we're doing them just to get dex entries. If you look at the sign on the outside of these rooms, it actually is trying to get you to solve math problems. And doing those problems correctly is the worst mistake that you could ever make when playing Gen 4. Because if you answer them all correctly, a little confused where I was. If you answer them all correctly, then you will not get a dex entry for Drifloon, which the only other way to find a Drifloon is you have to be at the Valley Windworks after beating Team Galactic there on a Friday. And so if you don't know that's where you find Drifloon, and you're trying to complete the National Dex, making good math answers here is going to make your post-game a struggle.
I do wonder, do they have Drifloon in the underground? Did they add that in?
No. Drifloon is exclusively Valley Windworks.
Then yeah, it is the same thing for this game as well.
And this game has the same 24-hour lockout for changing time as the originals did. So if you change your time to a Friday to try and get Drifloon to spawn, it will decide that, in fact, no, you have to wait a whole week again.
Well, actually, no. For specifically that, you can change your time on the Switch. It does work. It is. Okay. There's just very specific events that that block you. I think it's specifically honey trees.
Honey trees
is one of them.
Have it, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does make it a little annoying to do catch-em-alls.
Yeah, what about the Safari, since that's like the only place to catch Carnivine?
I think that one does not get reset either. I think you can skip ahead.
I'm pretty sure you can skip ahead for it, yeah.
Yeah, it's stuff that depends on a specific day of the week. You can skip ahead to. That's actually what we do for. Well, we did start on a Monday, but technically for Chatot, there's a trainer that is only there on Mondays. But you could technically just change it while you're outside the room and then just re-enter.
Here we have to bulldoze the Gengar because otherwise it could disable Flamethrower, and there's no way for Flamethrower, or there's no way for a disabled Flamethrower or close combat to hit this.
Yeah, so thankfully they changed Gengar to not have Levitate in, was it Gen 6 or Gen 7?
Well, if we had Levitate, it wouldn't have Curse Body, so we wouldn't have that problem.
Oh, true. Never mind then.
It's a little early for a Cherubi evolution, but it's fine.
It is early, yeah.
The level you get them at is a bit random, so they'll evolve at some point, and it's just a matter of when. Getting the Cherim is enough to get the dex entry for it, which is all we need. Although we will be battling with it because we need 2 Pokemon to start a double battle.
Yeah, so now that we've beaten the 5th gym, we're going to go and beat the 4th gym. That's how math works, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we are bad at math. We did choose the wrong room, so.
Well, there's this strange lady that we've definitely talked to before is going to ambush us.
We did talk to her in Eterna, but she says we met her grandmother.
Yeah, so turns out that for some reason we didn't. The game devs, when they made the game, didn't decide that they should have a check for whether we actually picked up the Surf TM, whether we can actually use the HM. So all we need to do is beat Fantina, and the game's like, you must have done it. There's no other way you could have beaten Fantina, so you can have Surf now.
Yep, the same trigger that puts the elevator down in her gym is the trigger that gives you Surf, basically. So they just assume you did do it. And here we're going to do what's called Surf on Land. As you can see, we are currently surfing on land. The way we did that is that we stored the door script there, and the camera was locked so you can really see what we're doing. But talking to water is one of the only things you can do while you're frozen. And so we used that to start a script, and then once that ended, we got warped. And since we were surfing, we just kept surfing through the warp. There's no check to put you out of surfing when you go through a warp. So we can just keep that surf everywhere.
And specifically for this gym, these platforms are a little strange in that any of the movable bridges you can't surf on. And any of the platforms you can't enter from the left or right.
Yep, so there's very specific movement we have to do to navigate this gym. And there's this one trainer we fight, and then we just go directly to Wake.
Yeah, and so surf on land disables trainer vision for us again. No trainer can see us while we're surfing on land. And the movement is a little finicky, because if we move slightly too fast, it detects that there's land in front of us and takes us off of the barrel. And surf on land.
So it's a little janky when you have to go into a menu while surfing and not tilt the stick so far that you get pushed off of it.
Yeah, thankfully we have to do actually any menuing input. We can use the right Joy-Con, the right control stick to do that input, and it will not try to move us. So if we want to be really careful, we can just do that instead. You didn't see Floatzel, did you?
I did not.
Yeah, we just got Shellos directly in the 213.
Right. Floatzel is one of those Pokemon where if you see it in the wild, you can skip part of this battle. So behind this is the fight menu, so we put our moves in a very specific order so that we can sort of intuitively work through them even when they're underneath the screen.
Most of the time it'll just be a flamethrower, so it's just the first one there, just mash A and you're good.
There are a couple battles which aren't like that, and Cynthia's one of them.
Yeah, pretty much every single gym leader, we're going to see that kind of menu for the fight. Because we need to see some information from it, but not all of it. We can see a decent number of the Pokemon generally, but we'll try to doll to save a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. And here we close the menu while in the gym, but technically it would be slightly faster to keep it through this entire section because we create a new menu here. There's a lot of tiny little optimizations like this that we don't really do because it's just kind of annoying to try to navigate the world with a menu in front of us, and it's just such a tiny time save that it's not really worth it.
Now this one's always dicey because you have to press it at a time which doesn't feel right. Now getting on the bike here is also dicey because we run into this trainer again, and you can accidentally walk into her line of sight.
What you can do is just do a quick little single menu freeze and reactivate the world with a surf interaction right next to
You
this
could
guy.
do that.
But
Yeah, for
we can just
ultra consistency.
Yeah.
This guy's also a bit weird because we don't want him seeing us. And that super fast heal we were talking about before is this.
Pay attention, you might miss it. Alright, it's done. That ever so slight fade to black, that was a heal.
Yep, those two little frames that try to fade to black, that was the heal. So normally you'd have the little healing jingle there, but since we have our music at 0, it just skips it.
This grunt chase is particularly annoying because every time you talk to him, he kicks you off your bike.
So this is another one of those fights that are mandatory, but only because we need them to get a key item right after. We don't really need Glameow from him. We can get it from other fights.
In fact, that optional that I'm always complaining about has a Glameow.
Yeah.
So if you hit it, you gain no benefit from it.
Yeah, so Cynthia's telling us that we should go check out some side arcs on Route 210. So we're going to do that at some point.
Eventually.
But here, this guy doesn't want us to go this way, so we're just going to do it anyway, I think.
I want to
Let's just do
explore.
it anyway. He does unfortunately kick us off the bike, and so we do have to take a little bit of a walk.
Now I'm going to do the most important glitch in the game, which is Swag Flint.
Yep. I haven't seen that angle before. It doesn't normally just go directly left. But yes, that's a little small interaction that it's called cutscene walking, where you can actually just move a little bit in cutscenes. There's other cutscenes that we could do a little bit more than just a quick flick to the left. And it's quite helpful, actually.
Yeah, you'll see some of those later in the run.
So this might be one of the most out-of-the-way trainers, and I'm actually going to get off the bike so I don't hit this optional.
Yeah, again, because of how the movement is sort of on a grid, it gets quite awkward. Especially with how fast the bike goes.
Like, if you use the D-pad to start with the bike, you will go 2 squares. You cannot go 1 square.
And so this guy has Raulu, which is one of the more annoying bits of information to get.
Do you think we also get Graveler from him? But I think we get it from someone else as well.
I'm pretty sure we see it somewhere
Maybe?
else as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even if we don't, it's a really common encounter in a lot of places.
In fact, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's pretty common in the underground later on anyway.
We get hit with a priority move.
Another little tidbit about using Pokédolls to skip battles. If you do it on a trainer that has vision, and you get team added vision when you enter battle, they will actually just immediately refight you after battle. So that's why we always talk to trainers when we try to use Pokédolls on them.
Along with it being quicker that they don't walk over to us. I'm just going to Pokédoll this guy because his Graveler does have Sturdy. Doesn't mean it's going to be an extra hit.
Oh. You have to turn down after that fight, and I did not do that.
Thankfully, there is a nice little feature that was added to this game, which is backup saves. Even though you turned off autosave, the game doesn't really care. It's going to backup save for you anyway, so you just hit up BX when we get to the menu. It'll be like, do you want to use your backup save? And we say, yes, absolutely. And we're back at the entrance to this room.
Unfortunately, without the Pokedex entries.
Yeah.
Oh, we're at the entrance of the cave. And I didn't repel either.
Alright, almost as good as autosave then.
Okay, I'll try to do it again this time without crashing.
I'm going to say
Yeah,
I
but
haven't
what-
done that exact thing before as well.
Well, what I was doing there was what you call a bad idea, which is trying to use the escape rope from the stored menu.
Yeah, so what happens specifically is that the text box for the menu is still open, and then when he pressed A for opening the bag, it also talked to the trainer, which opened his second text box on top, and that crashes.
Yeah, the worst feeling is when you crash on Gardenia and then you have to fight everyone in the room again.
Yeah, that one sucks.
Also, one reason we dull on this battle is to avoid this Graveler, which has Sturdy.
Yep, and just to reiterate, the ordering of our gyms that we've done is 3rd, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 4th. So we're almost there.
Almost there.
I think we do everything in order from now on.
Yes, we actually do. Just how it ended up working out with menuing. This is the entire reason we're here on a Monday.
I know that before this run, I didn't even really know that you could battle anyone here.
Yeah, there's a
News
different
battles
trainer
existed?
here. It's a different trainer every day. Here on Mondays, Chatot, and I'm not sure what the other days are. I think it's all like one Pokemon fights.
The other days are not useful for the run.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
One of the text boxes that can crash the game is the repel text box. So you might see times like this where I say no to refreshing it. I walk 20 steps and then I use another one. That's because if we use them in consistent positions, we know when they run out. So the repel text box won't actually crash us when we have a menu open.
Yeah, one very specific spot that is dangerous is in Victory Road, and
Right.
yeah, that can be a little annoying.
Yeah, the safety strat for that is buying a max repel instead of using a super repel, which is what I did.
And so this guy here, he just upgraded our Pokedex that we absolutely have. We definitely have it. If you just have a look at the next menu, you can see the Pokedex just right in the corner there. Oh wait, huh? Where's the Pokedex?
I don't know. Maybe we just skipped it for some reason.
I don't know. I
I'm
can't
sure that
remember
won't-
where we can't remember
Well,
where
that's
we
upgraded
got
now,
it.
apparently.
All right, we're gonna see if this Staravia gives us trouble or not.
Yeah, so this Staravia has Quick Claw, which, for some reason in this game, lets you outspeed items.
I actually was not aware of that. Wow.
It's quite funny when it happens.
Well, this is actually a little bit dangerous. It's a little bit dangerous because when it has Quick Claw, it can use Endeavor.
Yeah, you also saw there, switching Pokemon also outspeeds items.
I've never seen that one as well.
And so we are going to actually make sure that we've registered the Potten case here.
Thanks for reminding me.
This is a specific little bit of storage. We're actually going to store an options menu.
Because you can store just
thankfully-
about anything.
Yep, this lady here is nice enough to give us a nice long options menu with our appearances. Alright, we've stored it now. That's going to be a nice little secret use for it in just a second. It's actually incredibly helpful.
Yeah, all the options that we stored there all have a specific ID. And those IDs can be the same as other IDs. Like, for example, here 1 is the same as Full Moon Island.
So real quick, it looks like somebody's a little confused in chat about there being no music. Do you want to touch on that again?
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely. So,
Go ahead, sorry.
turns out, whenever there's music in the game, unfortunately, it does also introduce jingles. The jingles in this game, you have to wait for them. While if you turn the music off, you don't have to wait at all. You can pick up the item instantly. No time lost to it at all. And over the course of the entire run, it saves about 10 to 15 minutes, which is a lot of time.
Okay, now we're going to do Surf on Land again. There are actually a couple different ways to set it up, but the door version is probably the easiest.
I'm
Some
a big fan
doors,
personally of the key item interrupt.
yeah, that's a good one. We're going to see that later, although not exactly with Surf. Actually, I could show that off if you want.
So that time there, we did see what we couldn't see earlier because of the camera. So we just stored the door and then just walked over to water.
Yeah, so it turns out if you sort of like rub yourself against these walls, you just slowly gain height while in Surf and Land. And because it doesn't actually reset your height's set at whatever you end up being at, you can just sort of glide over the walls. The walls are suggestions at this point.
Yep.
Most of them, anyway.
Oh yeah, most of them. Other than the invisible ones around the edge of the routes.
So those walls in the gym are also another side effect of there being 2 collision systems. I think those walls are all Unity box colliders, and for some reason, when you surf on land, you can go through those if you rub yourself against them. You'll also see that later on in another gym, where we do the exact same thing.
There's
So
also
this gym
the,
is a little annoying because there's sturdy everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Wait, I can dull now? Huh.
Yes.
I thought he had a full restore.
He didn't use
That
the
is
full
weird.
restore or hyper potion. I've never seen that before.
Usually
Normally
it heals up
twice.
twice. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, and that's 6 gyms done, so we should be almost done, right?
Well, we are on our way to the next 7th gym, just not immediately.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other things to do now. We've got to get some information.
And so someone asked in chat why we have a level 100 in 90 minutes. Actually, we had it at about 10 minutes. So we basically just duplicated rare candies and just kept giving them to our Infernate. Or Chimchar, I guess, at the time.
Yeah, we had 12 rare candies, which was enough to get us to 100.
Yeah, we've got to go get Unknown. Unfortunately, there is only one place to get Unknown's information, which is in the Slacian Ruins. Thankfully, its encounter rate is pretty high. And so now that I've said that, it'll take us a while to get one.
Of course, the unknown we get is always going to be F.
It's always F.
It's paying respects to my run. Next, we need to not accidentally trigger this battle. So now we're going to go get strength, not because we need it or anything, but just because we happen to be here to get dex entries and strength saves time later on.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of messing around.
So someone asked if a level 90 would be enough to sweep the game just as well. Skipping the XP text boxes is a good point. Yes, it would save time there. But also, there's some specific fights, specifically in the Elite Four, that are more difficult. The Elite Four in this game has very high stats. So getting to level 100 just makes certain ranges just 100%.
Yeah, the game developers of this game, they went all out when it came to making the Elite Four teams, and especially the Pokemon League rematch teams, so your refights of your gym leaders. They have no holes barred in terms of their builds, so they're all fully invested, like maxed out EVs and IVs, so they're very difficult to fight, and the Elite Four is also quite tough.
So this Cherim that we caught a while ago is actually contributing to some of these battles. It happens to be higher level than these guys that were fighting with it. And it's actually significant that we don't just plow through all these battles with bulldoze, because we need to keep Cherim alive so that we could fight another double later on.
So we got string, so we just get to escape rope out and go and get some more information. We gotta go and fight some a couple of twins, and then a few more fights further up on this route. It's a lot of it's just routing around, getting the dex entries that we need to be able to get our national decks.
Really helps that this Bonsly does not have sturdy. Now we're going to use the versus disable again.
Yeah, so if you weren't here when we explained it, a versus disable is well, the Explorer's Kit has a script that prevents trainers from having vision. The Versus Seeker also has that same script. So we initiate it with the Explorer's Kit, and then we use the Versus Seeker to give us movement.
So the way I just did it here is a bit of a weird way. If you're too far away from the trainers, you could do a faster version, but I'm too close to this guy.
Yeah, so we just have to waste its charge there, and then have it trigger and say it's not good enough, and then we're able to disable it.
If you're not on a trainer where there are actually, or if you're not on a route where there are actually trainers there to battle, then trying to do the versus disable will just freeze you in place, and you won't be able to move.
Yeah, there's very specific areas in the game where you can use both the Explorer's Kit and VS Disable, VS Seeker. And so the VS Disable requires both of them to be able to be used.
It's actually very helpful for this route because there are several trainers with multiple Pokemon, and they're all optional, so you could get stuck in a minutes-long fight where you gain nothing.
Yeah, this versus disable is very helpful because it actually disables the entire route that we're going to go through next. And the next route is the fog route, which, well, they took a slightly different approach to the fog route as opposed to the original games. Before, you could see in it pretty decently in the overworld, but your Pokemon couldn't see in it when they were in fights. Now, you can't see anything in the overworld when you're trying to do movement, but also your Pokemon can aim. So, I mean, there's positives.
They changed the fog weather condition, which decreased your accuracy to 60%, and they replaced it with misty terrain, which prevents you from being statused, which is a good upgrade.
And we could technically get defog. We do have, I think it's Wake's badge that gives us, that lets us use it. But it is a bit out of the way. We need to go into the Great Marsh and talk to someone to grab defog there.
I also
So
don't
it
think
is
we
a bit
can
of a time
use it
save.
without the Poketch, right?
You can teach it to a Pokemon and use it from there.
Forget if I repelled. I think I did. Oh, good.
Find out. I see. Cynthia just told us to go and talk to her grandmother, which apparently we did already. According to Cynthia from earlier, apparently we did that.
It's okay.
So-
Cynthia's just a time traveler.
It is hard to see on this route, but I can just barely make out this thing. Also, I'm not using the
Yeah,
bike
it's-
because there's a bridge on this route, which if you're riding the bike, you could get stuck on the bridge and not know about it.
Yeah, this is the only trainer with Mothim, so we do actually have to fight this trainer. Other than, I think... No, actually, I think it is the only trainer.
I can't think of any other one, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any in game, any post game either. So I think this is just the only place we can get Mothim info.
We could technically evolve a Burmy, but that is slow. And also it needs to be a male.
Yep.
Yeah, the only reason we evolve a Cherubi is because Cherum is so far out of the way. If we didn't have to go around this route, we probably would catch a Burmy. This is the one part of the route you can see anything.
Yeah, so basically you can see stuff that's close to the bottom of your screen pretty easily. Which really isn't that helpful. Now, I know a lot of runners use like inverted colors or changes to like saturation and stuff to actually be able to see in it. But thankfully with the versus disable, we don't actually have to worry too much about running into optionals.
Yep, we just have to be careful not to talk to trainers we don't need to.
It can be a little difficult if you get lost here.
I mean, it's the first town, which we need to go and talk to Cynthia's grandma. She's back there. You just missed the Cynthia's
Oh.
grandmother.
Oops.
Probably go back and talk to her. Apparently, it's important.
I'd rather be here.
Okay. I guess we'll do it later then.
Yeah, we can come back later. It's okay. We have the fly point now.
Yeah, beforehand we used to have to go through quite a convoluted process here to get past this rock when we weren't
Yeah.
getting strength.
It's also really slow to
We'll
do it
see.
on the bike. The bike slows down all the way and then speeds up all the way every time you bounce into the boulders.
Yeah. But yeah, you'll see a bit of the older strat to get past this boulder later on.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Oops.
Yes, normally we use a versus disable here as well, just to not have to worry about these trainers. I don't know what this guy has.
Well, I know Ambipom we don't need.
We don't need that, no, that's from Volkner.
Oh, whatever. We could just enjoy the fun battles. Yeah, I was
Fun
thinking
silent
about
battles.
I was thinking about the repel, which is still running.
Definitely don't need that either.
We've seen that several times.
Yeah. Zebra's one of the more common Pokemon that we see multiple times.
Let's
Unfortunately,
just
we
say
can't
it's
really avoid
for.
it.
Let's just say it's for experience on Cherim.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Huh. There we go. I don't think we've tried. What?
No, that you couldn't use the Explorer's Kit there for some reason.
Huh.
I think
Oh,
it might
maybe
have been
because you were
deep
under a
snow,
bridge.
or
That was probably in the
under a
snow.
bridge.
Oh,
It is weird.
is it the bridge? I know if you're standing on a spot where, like, a trainer that walks to talk to you, where their home square essentially, you can't use the E-kit there.
Okay, we're just getting some more XP for Cherim.
Yeah. We did get past Celestic in under 2 hours, so that's nice.
No sturdy, that's also nice.
I'm running low on HP and power points, though.
You do have a hyper, at least.
I don't feel like buying more at the league, though. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat asking, how did we get to level 100 so fast? Okay,
So
it'll work here.
basically, we picked up a single rare candy, which we then duplicated to 12 rare candies, which we then applied to Infernape 8 different times to then get to level 100.
Okay, this time I did it correctly. But it doesn't matter that much because there aren't many trainers left.
I don't know if you just want to dupe an ether on this one,
I'm probably just gonna.
just in case. Or...
I'll go to the gym, or not the. I'll go to the
the center.
center if it's necessary. But I think I'm fine. I'm just gonna focus on using bulldoze.
Yeah.
Actually, the hail
I
might
think
knock me out.
His second is a Pelipper, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The hail might knock me out against Candace, so I'm actually just going to heal at the center and Snow Point. So the timing for Pokédolls, since we can't see the battle menu, is always based on sound, and abilities mess with that because they make the same exact sound as the menu opening, but they happen before the battle menu opens.
Yeah, so it can be a little confusing sometimes.
And I think Rock Climb is another... What? I couldn't open my menu there for some reason.
Oh, because that's probably where she spawns. Maybe. Not sure, actually.
Well, she doesn't see us because of the versus disable, but we can still talk with the menu open.
And the nice thing about VS Disable here is that we can just stand in her path and she'll stop moving.
And included in those text boxes that appear at the beginning of a repel wore off.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, the repel wore off just as you close the menu, which just results in you stopping moving.
Yeah, if I closed it later, it would have been a crash. Earlier, I would have been fine. Well, at least I get to retry this route that I did terribly. This isn't the worst place. Don't need this menu. This isn't the worst place for a crash, but it is annoying. But that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah,
And whereas a
worse.
repel undoes a freeze, it does not undo the versus disable. So neither wilds nor trainers can see you like this.
Yeah, so with a freeze, if you had a menu up and the repel wore off, that's a crash. Thankfully, with the versus disable, it is just you get to continue on your way. News items and everything perfectly fine.
I'll probably take the break once I get to Snow Point. Yeah, I'll heal at Snow Point and then we'll do the break then. Or actually, no, I didn't do those other battles, so I don't need to heal at Snow Point.
True. That's at least one positive from that soft lock.
Cherem doesn't have enough EXP now.
Yeah, how is Cherem supposed to survive being bulldozed? Unfortunately, movement here is pretty slow. You can't bike through the snow.
Yeah, and there's these deeper snow sections as well that are slower.
I'm gonna run out the repel here first before talking. It's kind of counterintuitive to be controlling the menu with the right stick and then the overworld with the left stick when normally you would use the left for everything.
Yeah, it's quite helpful that they put that in there. It means we don't have to worry too much about accidentally changing our direction or anything.
Yeah, the menuing would be a little more awkward.
Yeah, there's some spots where you would just wedge yourself and then hope that you didn't walk somewhere you didn't want to. Alright, so we're going to take a break once I get in this gym, so we could pause the timer now. Or I guess once this cutscene's over. There.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour or so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing a bunch, two Pokemon games. We are in the middle of a run. I will hand it right back over to you whenever y'all are ready.
All right, time resume in 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so we're going to do a quick recap in just a second, but first we're going to just kind of skip the entire gym, like that. So diagonals in this game can act a little weird with these ice sliding puzzles, so we just kind of hit a diagonal and then go fight Candace directly. But just to recap, basically, we first just went into the void and skipped all the way to Pastoria. And then we went and fought the gym leaders in the order of Maylene, Rourke, Gardenia, Fantina, then Wake, and then also Byron. And now we're just about to fight Candace here. And throughout the way, we did a bunch of glitches to just kind of skip some battles, fight specific ones faster, etc. And I'm sure you'll like this next section that's going to be coming up.
I'm not looking at my flamethrower count, but I should. Probably enough.
It should just be enough.
So we're going to have 4? Yeah, I think that's going to be enough.
That's exactly enough.
There's not much to do here in Snow Point, but I am going to come back later for some post-game stuff. So, let's go to Spear Pillar.
Yep.
Wait, don't we have to fight Team Galactic first? Like, free the lake spirits and stuff?
Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright, so first things first, we're going to set up a surf on land here. And then we're going to carry that into Mount Coronet. And someone asked in chat if it's faster to play without music, and the answer is yes. Putting music at 0 in this game skips all the item pickup jingles, the healing jingles, stuff like that. And overall, it is 10 to 15 minutes saved. So it is a big time save.
This is also the point in the time I have to actually put some effort into the battles. So I'm going to give it a metronome. So when we're clicking Flamethrower Span, it's a slightly stronger Flamethrower Span. Also Evil Rock.
Yeah, Evil Rock. So the small trick here we're going to do, we're going to change our height on the ledge right below us. And there's an item in this rock here. So if we're not careful when we're doing this, we can accidentally talk to it and just crash the game from the text box. So gotta be careful with that.
Also, who needs
I didn't
strength?
realize there was an item there.
You can go a little bit fast on Bibarel when doing this. Sometimes it's just a little risky, because you might hop off.
Yep.
And now we're going to go into the worst escape room ever.
Yeah. And as you saw, we went over that strength boulder there on the left, and that's what we used to do to get the snow points. Just similar thing. And here we do what we call grunt skip, where there's a bunch of things that we do here to escape this tiny 1x1 hole that's blocked by this grunt. We kind of surf up a few tiles into the warp after we've frozen the world. And we ball capsule twice to fix our height, which I think you're about to do, unless I missed it.
It's right now.
Yep, there you go. So ball capsules do reset your height to where you're supposed to be, but sometimes when you're on surf on land and like inside a warp, it gets confused and just kind of raises your height a little bit. So after doing it twice, we're able to surf over the grunt here.
Now we're going to use rock climb in a interesting way.
Yeah, so all we had to do after that was reset our height down to the bottom and re-enable the world. And now we're gonna just do a little rock climb. Just a little rock. Don't worry, it's just a. Yep, just a rock climb.
Yeah, so you can hit those at any height, and it does actually make it so that gravity is re-enabled. As weird as that is to say, because while you were in surf on land, you couldn't get affected by gravity. So by just using rock climb, it fixes that, as you can see here.
So this is one of those spots where we know that the super repel is going to run out in this spot. So don't do the menu glitching right there.
And so something else is upon entering another warp, Surf on Land decides in fact does not believe in gravity again.
Yeah, so it's just a temporary fix.
You cannot hit these stairs from below them, so we have to store a ball capsule menu because you get stuck underneath them and you can't open a menu while you're down there.
Yeah, if you're not in bounds in this game, you cannot open a menu. So anytime we go out of bounds in some way, we have to carry a menu with us to be able to do stuff.
And I don't feel like going through this door.
What do you mean? You can go through the door.
I don't like it. I want this one.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure it's the same door.
Suit yourself. I mean, it is the same door, yeah.
I mean, it looks like the same door. This is another lost check that unfortunately we do have to fight these guys, otherwise it doesn't enable the scripts further on in Spirit Pillar. They don't give us any information, it's just we have to fight them.
Yeah.
Ooh, it survived that. If Charm's a high enough level and Infernape is low enough attack and Charm is high enough defense, it can actually take two, but it's really rare.
Yeah, so unfortunately we're going to have to say goodbye to our Cherem for just a few minutes, because we're going to get healed in a second.
One of the most brutal sets of fights that a Pokemon game has ever thrown at people. Not for us, we're fine with it, we've got level 100 Infernape, but normally this is probably the most dangerous set of fights in the any percent glitchless run. Because you go straight from one fight into another without getting a chance to menu at all.
Here we can menu whenever we want.
Yes. We have the double admin fight, and then straight into Cyrus.
I don't know.
It's incredibly brutal.
Yeah. If I didn't have this heal coming up, I would also be worried about the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just gonna watch these cutscenes from within this bag.
I don't know if doing that broke anything, so
I think you're fine.
It doesn't break anything.
yeah. You can actually swap around items in this menu, it's just really dicey to do it. I think I did it in my PB, but I wouldn't recommend. Wait, did it just say Palkia? This is Brilliant Diamond,
Wait,
by the
did it?
way.
Wait, Palkia? What
That's
have you
weird.
done?
I don't know. What did I do?
Well, I guess it saves you some time having to get Palkia info.
I mean, if the game's gonna throw it at us, we'll take it. You know.
As it turns out, the devs just sort of left the other warp just behind the warp that you needed. So there's the door to Dialga, and then there's a door to Palkia. And we can just sort of go through both.
Yep. And it basically just dynamically gets swapped depending on your version. So on one it swaps in the diamond one, and on one it swaps into the pearl one.
But the swap doesn't actually delete the other door, they're both still there.
Yeah.
When Glitch Hunters first found this, they thought like this was a Hall of Origin, so they started ball capsuling all over the place trying to gain height and find Arceus, but he wasn't there.
No, yeah, it's just a different sphere pillar.
I think they did find a copy of Floroma Town, though, with working doors.
Yeah, so normally in these cutscenes here, it kind of shows a few places around the world with like the little weird LED sky. And they don't actually warp to those places. They just have very far off-screen copies of those maps, including door warps. So if you were to get all the way there, you could just warp to Valley Windwork from there.
Yeah, and there's another one for Heart Home.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I re-entered the
Did
bag
you-
correctly.
Re-enter a bag.
Oh, we'll see. If it doesn't work,
I
I'll
think
just
you're
do the
fine.
fight.
At least I hope so. Oh yeah, you're good. Or not.
Can I save here, I wonder? Oh, I guess not.
Yeah, so this is in fact the soft lock there.
Luckily, I saved right before the grunts.
So basically, because we didn't exit the bag and re-enter the bag during the cutscenes, the game gets I guess technically less confused.
I guess you could
Yeah.
say that,
goes-
yeah.
No, you can't use the Pokédoll to skip a trainer fight. Despite the fact we've been doing it the entire game.
It's fine. I'll just do this again. Luckily, I don't have to do the whole surf and then the escape room again.
Yeah. So we do have to carry that surf on land all the way up to Sphere Pillars, specifically to go past that first warp that we talked about, and to enter the Pearl one.
Yeah, you need to be both on Surf on Land and also freezing the world at the same time in order to get past the door. And then you unfreeze and go into the second. Someone asked, why are we only seeing the menu screen? Well, the point of that was for after the Cyrus battle, but we didn't quite get there. I'll show you. I'll show you what that menu is for in a minute.
We could also technically just close the menu and just do the Cyrus fight properly. I don't think his last Pokemon is that of a threat.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you don't have to doll it, but I think I screwed up the menus. I screwed up the fight menu.
Yeah.
Also, this fight, I think, is one that we can skip with ball capsules. We just do it because we need to see the partner's Munchlax, which is another dex entry we need and is hard to get anywhere else.
Yeah. If they didn't add a Munchlax to the underground in this game, if you were to skip this fight, you'd have to find a Munchlax on honey trees, and it is a 1% on very specific honey trees that are dependent on your trainer ID. And that's not fun to get.
All right, we go to the underground for a lot, but not for everything. We mostly just used it to focus down on the route, and then anything that's not immediately in our path, we shove into the underground instead. And there's the Munchlax that we needed to see. I guess we could talk about, yeah, here's where you can actually back out and watch a little bit of the cutscene.
Yeah. Just a little bit, though, because there's a text box in a second, so you should probably, yeah.
If you haven't, could you two update your streams, because there might be some lag.
1 second. There we go.
Yeah, I think you could back out during this cutscene too, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, you just need to back out once to fix the Pokédoll bag, but other than that, you don't necessarily need to back out.
You're not allowed to dull in trainer battles, but cutscenes are okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rough thing with Cyrus is that you actually need to fight him, and you basically have a choice: either take a hit from this Haunch Crow or a hit from the Gyarados. The Haunch Crow has Scope Lens, Super Luck, Air Cutter, which means it will always crit. And then the Gyarados that comes out immediately afterwards has it can survive a flamethrower and will hit you with the super effective move. So
It hits you with waterfall.
yeah, so on turn 1 you can nasty plot if you want to, but then you take a crit from the Haunch Crow. So it's pick one or the other.
Yeah, this Hunch Crow is actually incredibly mean. It only has high crit rate moves. So it will crit no matter what.
Yeah, the trainer sets in this game can be pretty evil.
Nice, Charm's gaining levels. There's another one of those weird things.
Yeah, where
Yeah,
Quick Claw activates before items.
Mhm.
I don't know why they gave this Crobat a Quick Claw, because it is one of the fastest things in the game, and it also has Tailwind.
Now we're going to do something else Ilka doesn't want you to know about. Actually, I think I can stay in this menu for it.
So, as you can hear, it is the Dialga cry, but we are fighting Pocket, as you'll see in a second. And that's because the scripts in both Spear Pillars are very similar, and certain things do check version, but the important thing, which is the actual fight, does not. It is hard-coded as Palkia or Dialga, depending on the map. So thankfully, we just kind of run away from Palkia. We just need to see it.
Yeah, who needs a legendary Pokemon?
All you need is level 100 Infernape 20 minutes into the game.
Hmm.
And this is what they don't want you seeing. Not the underside of Mount Coronet, but this.
There's nothing there.
Apparently Dialga's there. So you can
I'm pretty sure
actually
it's not
encounter... you can actually encounter both legendaries in the same game if you interrupt that cutscene after the battle.
Yeah, the specific flags that mark the legendary as beaten, they're the same for both Spear Pillars. And if we cancel the end of the script, that little cutscene with Rowan looking away, those flags never get set. So we can just re-enter and then fight Dialga. And you can in fact catch both of these, but we only need to see them, so we just run away.
Okay, what badge comes after that?
Okay, so we've done 3, then we did 1, then 2, then 5, then 4, then 6, and 7. So it must be 8.
Yeah, we only have one left. Need to run out the rappel so I don't crash again. So, you only need to make one menu for this to work. I just did 2 because I mistimed the first input. You can also do it on the Pokemon Center doors, but then you have to wander all the way over here without being able to see where you're going.
It is a little bit of a maze.
Also, I'm doing this in the wrong order, but I don't care. We're going to Volkner. I don't know how I'm getting through these mountains, but it's working.
Yeah, it turns out it doesn't exist. Yeah, Flint's blocking our way, so we just sort of go underneath him instead.
I don't know how I entered the door either. The door must have been inside the mountain.
And there's a secret door in the mountain, actually. That's how you did it.
Uh-huh. The League also has one of those doors underneath the waterfall.
Yeah, the hitboxes for the doors just extend really far down. And since we saw Pachirisu in the underground earlier, we can skip that one trainer in the other room. Normally we fight her.
And now you know
So
how we were talking about ball capsules holding height, and getting us height, taking us to the correct level? Yeah, we just gotta do this. We gotta hit some specific buttons here.
We're solving the puzzle, but only half-heartedly.
Yeah, we don't feel like solving the whole thing. Just a little bit.
It's a lot of work, really. We're basically just hitting enough buttons to the point where we don't have to worry about being able to get back.
There are a few gyms where if you do if you set up the puzzle the wrong way using glitches, you can actually soft lock after fighting the leader. So that's what we're trying to avoid with this. We hit the minimum number of buttons to actually allow an escape path. Wake is technically also that way, but we just use Surf on Land to get out also.
In terms of Pokemon scene, we need 150 to complete the Sinnoh-Dex. I think we're at about 95, 96 after this fight. It was 92 after we got Dialga.
Yeah, I think
So
at
we're
this
definitely getting
point,
there.
I think at this point, hitting optional wilds doesn't help. There might be one. Yeah, there's one Bibarel, which we did see. Yeah, the only downside with the whole being able to skip trainers part of the way through is that most of the rare Pokemon we get from gym leaders are their aces, which they always save to the end. So even if we could skip them, there would be no time saved from doing it because we do most of the fight anyway. So all the puzzle solving we did before just created this route. And now that the
So now we're
whole
gonna head back to head back towards Lake Valor.
now that the whole Team Galactic situation is sorted out, we should probably save the lake spirits.
Yeah.
Really see them.
That's definitely not the order it's supposed to happen in, but it's whatever.
There's still a few trainers on this route that we want to avoid, so we do have VS disabled here.
Yeah, there are two.
Yeah, the other place we'd probably see a Lopunny would end up being Flint, which we don't really want to see anything else from.
And now
Right,
we're
here you
doing a
might have
new
seen-
glitch.
Yep, new glitch. So you might have seen us walk around with Surf on Land where we're kind of floating. We can do that without surfing by just canceling the ledge jump animation. And so now we're just floating around.
I think you're too high for him.
Ooh, that is unfortunate.
And I can't jump over the ledge again because that would snap me back to the ground.
Yeah. So any kind of manual animation that the game does to the player, it kind of disables gravity. So if we interrupt it in the middle, it'll never re-enable gravity. So we're just gonna float.
Yeah, and that floating can bring you above ground, and it can also bring you underground. Which is, we saw the underground part of that in Mount Coronet, where we had Had to ball capsule back up to the surface.
Yeah, we've intentionally done that so that just in a sec we can actually just go over some people that are standing in our way.
We need to go over them, but they'll also push us back. If we do go past them, it's sort of a fail-safe built into the game. So we're actually going to need to float and also do a key item interrupt while we go over them.
Yeah, that
And that
tiny little trigger behind them that moves you back, that was actually added in 1.1.1. It was not in the base game, so for some reason they thought it was necessary to add that. Which I guess it kind of was, because we can just skip them, but we can also just skip the trigger. So...
Yeah. So when I use the key item right there, those scientists actually stopped me and were about to push me back. But I was able to get around doing that.
We're just here to see his elf, right? Nothing else was supposed to happen to you.
Well, Saturn also has some Pokemon we'd like to see.
Oh, where's he here?
I think he abducted his elf. I don't know why it's
just like
standing right there.
The lake looks fine, so I don't think there's any problems with it. I guess he just abducted without blowing up the lake.
Yeah, he abducted it without
so.
blowing up the lake and is also just standing there next to it. It's
Yeah.
I'm gonna knock it out just
Doesn't seem to be
'cause.
doing a very good job of abducting it.
Goodbye. More XP for Cherub.
I guess Saturn didn't get the memo that Cyrus was defeated.
Yeah, I mean, we really talk to him now. So normally when you're in Canalave, you talk to Rowan in there, and he tells you to go check on this lake. But because we didn't do that, we haven't been told to come here.
Yeah, Barry told me something about the library, and then I decided to ignore him.
I mean, libraries are boring.
It's true. Who likes reading? Yeah, so
Does
the
that
main Pokemon we
Bronzor-
wanted here was... oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, does that Bronzor have Levitate or...
Yes, it
Proof,
does.
like-
Levitate.
Okay. Do they all have Levitate?
No, there is some repeat proof. Just not that one.
Yeah, I'm not any percent glitchless runner, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just leave and... Oh, what happened to the lake?
I guess something
Wait.
happened while we were inside. Surely all those Magikarp are fine.
I mean, they don't look particularly fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fixed at some point, right?
Surely.
Maybe. Also,
Yeah, so that
I
happens just because of the ordering of our scripts. So because we defeat Saturn first, Saturn second, the game just decides, yep, that's what's going to happen now. The lake's going to be blown up permanently.
I'm gonna do the
Yeah,
versus disabled.
the default state of the lake is blown up, I believe, and it's specifically because we beat Cyrus at Spear Pillar that it is. It was fine at first.
I'm gonna versus disable on this route, not because it's necessary, but because there are a bunch of spinners and wandering trainers I don't want to have to bother with dodging. But we are going to fight a lot of these on the route anyway, just because we haven't seen these water Pokemon yet. Also, at the lake and with Jasmine, we saw a new glitch, which was cutscene walking. Do you want to explain that?
Yep, so basically cutscene walking is that sometimes at the end of scripts, they don't wait for the camera to be done panning, which would signify that the end of script is the script is done. But they do return to player control before the camera's done panning, kind of. I feel like I'm not explaining this well, sorry. The script is not done, but we still can walk. So it has a small effect of trainers can't see us, and the camera's still panning. It's a little weird.
Yeah, the main change is it just lets you get a little bit more distance out of like the very end of the cutscene that normally you wouldn't get. It disables trainers too, but most of the time that's not meaningful.
Yeah, it'll only be important once during the run, and that'll be a bit later, yeah.
We are approaching the end of the game, though.
We're getting very close. We've done all 8 badges and also seen the legends.
Yeah, it's almost over, right? Except, wait, this is a key items category. We need to get the rest of the key items, not just the Elite Four.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure we'll find a way to get them.
That actually almost gave me a heart attack because I forgot that you VS disabled.
Yeah.
I'm so used to going around it for anything glitchless.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can still skip doing the VS disable on this route. It just makes it more consistent. Depends on your confidence in dodging spinners. My bigger worry is whether I'm battling the right trainers or not.
I think those are the right ones, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, in this category, there's a cool glitch we can do to get here, which, because we need to fight the trainers, we're not doing it, but you can actually get onto this water without waterfall and without surf.
Yeah, if you go to the binoculars in the lighthouse in Sunny Shore, you can actually see the league from there. And the way that works is that it loads the player onto the water there, but invisible, so that it looks like you're just kind of seeing the league. And if we menu storage into it and save while we're in this kind of cutscene, it'll actually warp us onto the water when we reset. So we're able to skip waterfall that way.
Alright, so you've heard of surfing on land, but have you considered walking on water?
So you can
Forget
do
if
a
I
similar.
ever
have.
Oh, go ahead.
What were you saying, Aspect?
Because we certainly have considered walking on water. That's exactly what we're doing right now.
And yeah, kind of
What?
similarly to how you could do it for surf on land, you just interrupt the animation of hopping on water or off of water, and then you can create a surf on land or walk on water from there.
So, bonus points to any Pokemon fan who knows where we are right now.
Well, the game just told us it's Seabreak Path.
Well, what's that about?
I feel like we might find out in a sec.
For those who have experienced tweaking in Gen 4, you might have seen something similar to get to Shaman, and we've kind of done the same thing where we got to Shaman through the void.
There's actually one category to catch Shaman, and nobody's run it except for me and like one other person. But the record's like 17 minutes. You can get this surprisingly early, and you don't even need surf to do it. Right, but the reason we're catching,
we need Shaman,
yeah,
is for the Gracidia, which is one of the key items that we need.
Yep, and the only way to get it is to show Shaman to a woman in Flow Aroma.
you could say this is an event-only key item, but the whole category is glitched anyway, so might as well include it. Now we have a team of 3 Pokemon, and 2 of them are grass type. It's pretty balanced. So I'm going to get rid of them.
And there are no more double battles that we have to do, so we don't need those 2 Pokemon on the party.
Right, and using a Super Repel here is a crash risk, so I went with the max instead.
So this victory is going to be mostly glitchless, but there will be 2 instances of small little glitches we're going to use to skip some trainers.
Including one of the first glitches found.
Yep.
Yeah, it's surprising that glitches actually stayed relevant for so long. And I think technically speaking, like, it still exists in the modern versions of BDSP, but it's just useless.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're on the new engine, a newer engine for HP bars, so we don't have to stare at this Blissey slowly dying for 4 minutes.
This is true.
Yeah, and we're using Rock Smash here just because it's faster. You can actually get through this without Rock Smash or Strength, which we did in a previous version of the run. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Before we did some very convoluted movement that involved Surf on land, bringing it all the way through to here, and then intentionally raising our height on a ledge to then sit on the rock behind this man so that we could talk to him and keep our Surf on land, and then doing that another time for the other trainer just along here. It was very tedious and slow, and very dangerous that you would probably end up either losing your Surf on land, losing your height, getting soft locked. There was plenty of dangers to it. So this is just far more consistent to just get strength.
Right, in the previous route we didn't even get Strength. So in order to keep the height where you're floating above the rocks during a battle, you need to be sitting on top of a rock while talking to the trainer, and if you forgot to sit on the rock, you would be snapped to the ground after the battle, and you'd be stuck between strength boulders you couldn't move.
Yeah, so the specific rock we're talking about is behind that trainer in the back. And the second one is this other ace trainer. She also has a rock behind her.
And if those rocks
we're actually
didn't...
going to see the
if those rocks
glitch.
weren't there... Yeah, if those rocks weren't there, then we would have had to either find other trainers for these rare Pokemon like Clefable, and or we would have had to go get Strength, and we did end up going with Strength.
Yeah, it's just far more consistent, and considering we're going up that tower anyway for some information, it's really not that much of a detour.
All right, and here's the first glitch discovered by glitch hunters.
It's called Strength Storage. And all you do is, as you push a rock, you open a menu.
And just like that.
And it just lets you skip that one trainer.
And the reason that works is that we're kind of inside the hitbox for the strength boulder. And when you're inside a hitbox, you can still push it while inside the menu. So that's also why there's certain things like fly storage, which you stand inside the battle tower doors and you open the fly menu and you can still open it. So there's a lot of tiny little, what we call micro movements like that. And it's just a little weird thing that happens with the menu. Not sure why it still affects the overworld when you're in the menu like that.
Right, so this repel normally would have worn off really close to where I was doing the strength storage, but like the other menu, if you run out that repel in while you're doing strength storage, it would also crash. Also, normally you use surf on land to skip past this trainer, but that's not the intention here. We actually care about seeing these dex entries. Also, the old route through Victory Road included going into the post-game area. Aspect, did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so the post-game area involves normally having a partner in Mali and going all through the area fighting a whole bunch of double battles. What we did is we just sort of froze past the trigger. We did a key item freeze for only one key item because we could re-enable the world with Surf. We just walked past his trigger, so we didn't have to worry about him. And then we did some really convoluted pathing to get to the 3 or 4 trainers that we needed the information from. This way, we don't have to do that, which saves plenty of time.
Right, one of those had a Murkrow, and that's one of the advantages of Brilliant Diamond is that Murkrow will show up in the underground and we don't have to fight that trainer.
Yep, there were like 5 or 6 trainers in that section. So glad that we can skip it.
Also, Surf on Land lets you walk straight past that guy. And one common mistake you can make is running out the repel while doing menu glitches in the Elite Four, which is not advisable. I'm going to bike around out here until it runs out. I'm going to do a very little amount of shopping here. Technically, it's optional, but there are a couple dangerous Pokemon in the Elite Four that can actually do pretty significant damage.
Did you want to take the break here, by the way?
once I'm done shopping, I guess. Or I'll do the rival, and then we could break.
All right.
But yeah, there's a rival fight here. The rival isn't dangerous, but the league Pokemon certainly are. Also, I bought a couple extra balls because we will be catching Rotom later.
And yeah, the rival has some sort of weird AI. Sometimes he'll just decide to swap Pokemon because you're using a flamethrower. And he does have a Pokemon that has Flash Fire, so it won't take any damage. It's just not consistent, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna try switching to... Yeah, there it is. But I switched to close combat, so it'll knock it out anyway. But that Rapidash is not a Pokemon we needed to see. We need to see two others, Snorlax and Empoleon. If he brings in the Staraptor here, it's just a sort of annoying waste of time. But now we can just stall this. And I think we could do the break now.
Whoops, my mic was muted. All right, perfect. Yeah, just so during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour or so, just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything like that. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We are in the middle of a Pokemon run. We've been going to be showcasing 2 different Pokemon runs today. I'll hand it right back over to y'all whenever y'all are ready.
All right, I'll continue in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so as we head into the Elite Four, I'll give a quick recap of what's happened. So we started off by deciding that doors are going to allow us to freeze the world. Went all the way to Jubilife, did a quick save there so we could re-enter the world. After that, we picked up a couple of key items, including the Old Rod, which is one of the most important items in the game, because it allows us to do some funky things with menus, which we're going to see. Well, actually, I don't think do the 80% skip in this anymore, do we?
No, we fight all the Elite Four normally here, except for Flint.
Yeah.
We're going to do
so the Old
something
Rod lets
special
us-
for Cynthia.
Okay. The Old World lets us freeze the world whenever we really want to. And so then we decided to take a quick jog out in the void, all the way down to Route 212, next to Pastoria. We gave our Infernape a whole 95 rare candies, because, I don't know, we had one, so we gave him 95. We then took a trip to Veilstone, completed the gym there, so we did Gym 3, then we did Gym 1 with Rourke, then Gym 2 with Gardenia. We got the Explorer's Kit and went caught a few Pokemon, or had a look at the few Pokemon down there just to get our catch count up, our information up, because we needed to see all 150 Pokemon. After that, we got a bike. We got the Versus Seeker, which between the Versus Seeker and the Explorer's Kit allows us to do a really cool trick that disables Trainer Vision. After that, we went over to Canalave and beat Byron. So we did Gym 3, 1, 2, 5, then 4, and then 6. Because apparently we don't know how to count. We then went all the way up to Snow Point and defeated Candace there. Then took a little jog through Mount Coronet the wrong way to see both legends up there because the devs decided to leave both warps in and we can access them. So that makes that a little bit quicker. And then we came over to Sunny Shore and defeated the gym there. Went to see a Zelf in Lake Valor. Turns out the Galactic blew up the lake. I didn't hear anything about that beforehand. And then made our way to the Elite Four, which we are fighting right now.
Yeah, this is the point in the Elite Four where things get a little dicey, because whenever you have a high-power Pokemon with not much defense, Sturdy is really annoying. And Bertha has one of those.
Didn't even mention it at the time, but we got the choice specs when we were in Celestic Town, and that's one of the reasons for this fight, because it does actually allow us to just one-shot everything with Flamethrower, even though multiple things are 4 times resistant.
I think the worst resistant in this fight is 2 times. Rock
Because it is
Polish
round
is
with
what you
rock.
Rock Polish is what you don't want to see, but
Yeah,
I
that
don't know
can
if it's
be
actually
a bit
faster.
scary. I don't know for Infernape if it is fast, actually, yeah.
We keep pressing
Well,
Flamethrower, hoping for a burn, and we keep not getting
Yeah,
it.
we're really hoping for a burn against the Sturdy.
Yeah, so when this happens, we have to heal up with an Ether before Cynthia. In a recent run, I did not heal with the Ether, but it worked out. This one, I think I will have to. So we're doing the Elite Four mostly glitchless, but there are a few exceptions.
Yeah, the first one is going to come from Flint, where we just completely skip him because we do not need to see any of his Pokemon. He has a Rapidash, which we've seen in Victory Road, a Steelix we've seen from Bayern, Driftblim we've seen from Fantina, Lopunny we've seen from a trainer on 222, and then Infernape, which we have ourselves. So, no need to see any of his Pokemon.
Now this is the point where crashing gets a little scary, so I'm going to save here. And luckily you can save from this menu that you do the storage with.
So is ball capsuling faster than doing the any percent method?
I don't think it is, but it's more consistent.
Yeah, with any percent, what we would do here is instead of this, we would set up a key item menu, a regular menu, and then another key item menu, and we would actually interrupt the door. Because you see how the doors open and then and then close and we're pushed through. We can interrupt that and use that push to go through the wall on the other side of the Elite Four, and just hit the wall from the other side, and just skip the entire room.
Now the
Doing
problem
it
with
that
that...
way is... Oh, go ahead, Sai.
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, doing it that way is probably slightly faster, but it is less consistent for sure. So just for consistency, we do a ball capsule on Flint.
Yeah, the inconsistency comes from the fact that you have to hit the key item with a very specific timing while running through the door. And if you do it too early, you crash, and if you do it too late, you get pushed through the other side without activating the glitch, and then you have to restart.
If you do it too early, you just get a black screen.
Oh yeah.
You just get stuck in a black screen forever.
There would be ways around that, but it would require a bigger menu, which people are not willing to do when they're going for the record.
Yeah.
think I have 5 flamethrowers here, which might actually be enough, but I'm going to use a ether just in case.
Don't you need 6?
6. You need 6.
I think I only need 5.
No, you're right. You're
Okay.
doing 5 because you dole 6.
Just doing that just in case. I also did not check my HP.
Ooh,
I'm fine.
get rid of the choice specs, by the way.
I forget you can actually give from this menu. That's its intended purpose.
You mean it's not intended to make sandwiches with?
I think it was intended for sandwich making. So this is probably
Definitely
the biggest.
intended for that.
This is the biggest sandwich in the game so far.
Because I believe it's called a ham bread sandwich, which I don't think is much of a sandwich, but
It's close
know what?
enough.
it's almost there.
I think I set it up right. So we're gonna do this battle blindfolded. Hope you don't mind. Also, unfortunately, we don't get the Cynthia music. You can just play it in your mind and feel the dread.
The Hesperitum can be a little scary if it gets a special defense drop from its psychic.
It can also crit,
It can
And
also
that-
crit, this is true.
and that will knock us out if it does crit. So yeah, you have
no
to
problems now.
just don't get crit, don't get Spidef dropped, and do the rest of the battle blindfolded. Easy.
Yep, so now we are faster than everything, and we can just spam flamethrower.
So normally Melodic is one of Cynthia's bulkiest Pokemon, and it can even take +4 flamethrower. But because we have +4 and also the metronome, it's enough to OHKO. And Cynthia, like all the others, saves her ace for last, but that's the main Pokemon we want to see from her, although the others are also helpful.
Yeah, I do think probably 5 out of 6 of these we needed to see.
Right, Lucario was not one of them.
All right, so a lot is going to happen in the next 1 minute. So get ready.
That's weird.
Did you open the bag from the other menu?
No, I did not. It's fine. I could just knock out the Garchomp with Flamethrower.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we have to open the bag anytime we want to use a Pokédoll, otherwise it won't give us the option.
All right, so okay, you can use another one here. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to what
Fine.
she has to say. She's not the champion like me.
Yeah, so we just use a key item here to stop her script from after her battle. And here we're going to have to watch this cutscene because we had to use an extra one.
We
But
don't
that's
have
fine.
to, but we would need to recreate 2 or another one in this room.
Yeah. So normally we'd cancel also this cutscene. And next we're going to cancel the one in the next room.
Yeah,
And,
I
after
accidentally activated the first during the Cynthia battle, which is too early.
Yeah. So we're canceling this script here, and then we're going to talk to the backlift statue, which has a debug script that warps us to our room and sets the game clear flag, so no need to watch the Hall of Fame. And then you'll notice that here, the camera was still panning. We were still able to move. We've seen that earlier before. That's cutscene walking. We're going to use that in the next section here when we get to Lake Verity to skip the double battle, because trainers can't see you while you're cutscene walking.
Yeah, that's a little bit precise, so it's good that I got there.
Yep.
And Mars, yeah, she thinks we forgot about her, but we actually didn't meet her at the Valley Windworks. And we were completely covering her with the menu at Spear Pillar.
Yeah, so we did never see her. So, first time we actually see her.
So our encounter count is at 142 after this battle. Which
That
is
sounds right, yeah.
very close to complete. But the thing is, we don't even have half the key items. That's just how many are part of this final cleanup phase.
Yeah, we're going to be just back-to-back getting key items soon.
She's monologuing something about the legendary Pokemon, which we've already dealt with.
Apparently, they've got them in Galactic HQ.
Yeah, they do have them in Galactic HQ. They also have another one right here.
Thankfully, we don't actually have to go and find the roaming Mesprit. That was enough to give us the Pokedex info.
And Rowan here does mention the Marking Map Poketch app. And he correctly assumes that we do not have it. But that's because we don't have a Poketch. So I don't know what he was looking at, but we don't have a Poketch.
And this is the reason we caught Shaman like an hour and a half, or an hour ago. Something like that. To get this key item. So now we're at half of the key items, which doesn't sound like a lot of progress, but trust me, the run's almost done.
And here we have 2 back-to-back grunt fights. And those are actually going to be the final 2 proper fights we do. We do have an extra fight, but we skipped that one with ball capsules. So this is technically the final boss of the game.
We also see Pokemon in the underground, but we just run from them.
True, yeah.
Okay, there are a couple more key items around here. After this grunt fight, we're going to get one of them, and then there's one more after that we passed through Floroma once on the way to Eterna Forest, and we did not pick up the spray duck, so we will go get that after this fight.
Spray duck, and then we've got to go over to the fight area. So we're going to fly to Snowpoint.
Right. I think at one point we were in any percent routing, we were thinking about picking up the spray duck because we needed 2 key items to actually create the freeze state, which was necessary for that. But at that time, I also discovered that you could use menu storage to double register, which is the first thing we did, was double registering the old rod into 2 slots. Normally, the game doesn't let you do that.
So we're actually going to have, we're going to make 2 trips to fight area here. So on this first one, we don't have the Nat Dex, so we can't get the Super Rod from behind these two people you can see in the back. So we're just going to come back later when we have the complete Nat Dex, which is going to be in a little bit. We're almost there.
There is actually a way to get the super rod by using walk on water and another glitch called water sink clip that lets you walk underneath, not the guys, but the sign that's next to them. And then you can get the super rod anyway, even without Nat Dex. The only problem is doing that requires coming from the resort area, which is way too far away. I saw Bibarel earlier. We saw Whooper earlier.
Yeah, we did see Bibarel before, yeah.
Yeah. Tentacle, not Mantike. Okay, so we need to see a Gibble and a Tentacruel. We saw Bibarel already, so that would be all for this area if we get those.
Yep, so overall in the Fountain Spring, we needed Tentacool, Tentacruel, and Gibble and Gabite. And if we hadn't seen Bibarel at the start, we'd need that one too.
And if there are Tentacool and Tentacruel, it's really hard to tell unless you actually surf out onto the water. So it's just Gibble and Tentacruel right now. Yeah, Gibble. I think ordinarily in the other route we would have gotten Gibble during Victory Road, post-game Victory Road.
During Victory Road, yep. No, during regular Victory Road. The last fight through Victory Road has 2 Gibbles, and Gyarados would just dole him after the first Gibble.
Right. That post-game Victory Road area was really weird. We had to key item freeze onto the water, and then surf on land, reset height several times, talk to you have a double trainer battle, but you only talk to one side of it. And then there was another point where you had to surf on land a second time, go part the way back, and then go all the way to the end again to hop past a strength boulder because we didn't have strength.
Yeah, it was a lot. Alright, the only one we need in this cave is Skorupi, which we just did get. So now we're at 149 out of 150. The last one we're going to need is Yuxi.
And just because it's the last Pokemon we need for the Dex doesn't mean it's going to be the end of the glitches, though.
Yep, there's still a few things we need to do.
All right, and with that, that's 151. We found out from actually testing that you get the Dex flag for it on the first turn of battle, so right now. And the way we found that out is you can actually use menu storage to save at the beginning of the battle. And I tried saving and resetting earlier on in a battle than the first turn, but it would not count the Dex entry. So you actually have to wait.
It's specifically on the first turn. Alright, so normally you'd in the bag you don't see a quantity for key items, but they do actually track the quantity. And there's at certain points in the game they do subtract 1 from your key item quantity. In this case, for the storage key, we need to use it to get the galactic key. And it does use up 1 storage key, but if you simply duplicate it by talking to this grunt twice, you can get 2 storage keys, and then when they remove 1, you still have 1 in your bag.
All right, there's a couple fights in this thing, but we don't want to do any of them. So we're going to use a lot of the key item freeze to get past them. I don't feel like dealing with spinners right now.
I mean, this guy is fairly annoying.
Not all of these grunts are actually battle trainers, but there are enough that it is annoying to get past them all.
This guy in particular is quite an annoying spinner.
Yeah, Glamio, just in case you haven't seen 50 of those already.
Yeah, so this was actually the final boss.
Weird collision glitch.
So we're just going to grab the galactic key now. We don't need it to use it for anything. We don't have any other key items to get through here. It just happens to be a key item by itself.
There is another way to get through this area without getting the storage key and using it in the door. It requires surf on land, and although it is really cool, it takes a lot longer to do than just duplicating it.
It definitely takes a lot longer, but it's very cool. You can sort of just you can interrupt the teleporters taking you up and down to then go out of bounds within the building level, and sort of just maneuver around that way.
Okay. This last part gets kind of confusing.
Yeah, so this entire time we've been seeing Pokemon, but we don't have a Pokedex to register them in. So we're just going to go grab one real quick.
I'm going to write down all my entries from memory.
We also get to name our starter here.
Yeah, and Rowan actually does not check for what... Well, he does, but just to say if you've evolved it or not. But he lets you rename anything that's in the first slot of your party. So you could technically put a traded Pokemon, which you can't normally rename. And he'll just let you rename that for free.
Yeah, Dawn's going to teach us a thing or two about the world of Pokemon and how to do all the catching and stuff. So that's quite nice of her, really.
Yeah. Yeah. So just real quick, when we were outside of the lab, we just kind of wrote down the entries from memory. Alright, and now we have Nat Dex.
And the Poke Radar. Remember, we're here for key items.
Yep.
And just here, Rourke's going to interrupt us and tell us, oh, you can come fight us again. These rematches are some of the meanest and most well-designed teams that I've seen from a Pokemon game. They are all themed. They all have items fully decked out with IVs, EVs, strong moves. It is incredibly rough.
And I got the guidebook in case I don't know how to play Pokemon.
You can get the parcel that you've already delivered as well.
Yeah.
That just must mean I have a negative parcel, and now it's going back up to 0.
Surely.
And we get the most important key item, the hat. If only it was a key item.
If
But
only.
we get it.
Yeah, there's one feature in this game, which is you can actually swap around items on your menu. But unfortunately, that's only after you get all the items on the menu unlocked. And one of them is the trainer card, which you only get right there.
Yeah, so now if we wanted to, we could swap around the menus.
I'm just doing another versus disable real quick. Because there's another couple key items up here, actually, not just one.
Yep, we get the DS sounds. We get the oval charm and the catching charm. Catching charm and the DS sounds. That lets us use the music from the original game. Unfortunately, we don't hear the music anyway.
And this would be the final boss if he had a loss check.
Yes. Yes, this is Morimoto. And we have defeated Morimoto. We got the oval charm. And we now head over to the fight area to grab the last couple of key items from there. And then we grab the secret key and the Rotom catalog, and we are done.
Yep, we are currently at 24 out of 28.
This is the only one that doesn't bother teaching you how to fish. Either because he thinks you're super because you're getting the super rod, or because you've just completely given up on using it. Now this upcoming key item is the most annoying. This is the entire reason we had to do Gardenia's gym, was this one tree. This one tree right here.
And Gardenia's even here to mock us.
One thing I did forget though is
Ooh, yeah, the time.
Rotom only shows up when it's nighttime. So we'll just make it nighttime. Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, this is another one of the time-based events that are not affected by the 24-hour penalty.
Yeah, and I bought a bunch of dusk balls, I think it was, at the league, and that was in preparation for this in case the quick ball doesn't work. I didn't use the quick ball. That's fine.
It'll be fine.
I have 21 of these, and I don't think Rotom's knocking me out anytime soon.
And there you go. Yes, that's the secret key. So we just have one more key item to get, and that's going to be the Rotom catalog when we get to Eterna.
Yep. So we get the Rotom catalog after teaching Rotom a move from one of the appliances.
And time is when we get that catalog, which is right after we teach Blizzard. Although I will want to do a just a count at the end to make sure we have all 28 key items, as is the tradition for this category. Normally we would time it there, but I'm going to go a little bit further just to count them. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And that's all of them.
There we go, and that's all key items.
Just save for good measure. All right, that's it.
GG, that was an absolutely fantastic run. Do you all have any things you want to talk about right at the end? Any shout outs, anything like that?
I guess we could shout out ourselves again. I'm double negative. I'm on YouTube, and I mostly don't do stuff like this, but if you want, you could check that out.
I'm Salt Container. I've run this category a few times as well. I don't usually do speedruns, but this category really brought me back into it. You can see me on mostly everything as Salt Container, sometimes NaCl Container, like on Twitch. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I'm Aspect. I do mostly. I used to do Pokemon speedruns. I haven't really touched them in a little while, but considering the Let's Go tournament's coming back, I'm probably going to be grinding that quite a bit. I just wanted to give a shout out to probably the BDSP glitch hunting community as well. Like, we're pretty small, but we've definitely done quite a bit of work with the glitches.
For sure.
And considering how there was about 50-person calls when the game first dropped in the Switch Pokemon community, Switch Pokemon Speedruns Discord. It's quite a involved process of finding all these glitches.
Yeah, and like this run was awesome. Like I when I saw this, like how many glitches were in there, I was like, I have to have this on. Like I have to see all of this. So thank you all for being here, showcasing the run, talking about it, explaining it. This is a really cool run, and I'm glad that this exists.
Yeah. My stream actually crashed. Is it still showing my screen, or is it on the?
It's still showing Pokemon. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other glitches we wanted to show off? Because I know there are a few we didn't get to.
Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything.
I'm going to show
sync clipping.
Sync clipping isn't that different from Welcome Water. I'll just get the Poketch so we can
it's
show.
Not too different, no.
This is how we do glitches in the newer versions, is with the Poketch. Specifically the HM's app. So if you hold one down and close it, which I don't know if I can do it here. It's a bit finicky, but well, that's sort of it. But there is some weird behavior with this, with specifically Phi, which you can use to get fly storage, which is this menu open. Actually, I can demonstrate it with a door, but yeah, I guess we'll just leave it there for now. I can't figure this out. I don't use this glitch much.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you all so much for being on. Any final thoughts or anything?
Well, thank you for having us on.
Yeah, really appreciate y'all being on. Well, with that said, we do have one more run up for y'all. It's Pokemon Scarlet, Starfall Street, so we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with that. See y'all in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing some Pokemon games. Before we get into the next one, just a few quick reminders. Juneteenth submissions are open until May 16th. You can type !Juneteenth in chat for more information. We've also got Sonic and the Sidekicks coming up on the 1st and 2nd. You can use !Sonic in chat to take a look at the schedule. As well, we do have Flame Fatale submissions open now until May 12th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/flamefatales for more information. With all that said, I'll hand it over to Runner and Commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dynam. I do a lot of Pokemon speedrunning. Currently, as of actually a couple days ago, the world record holder for this specific category, which is Pokemon Scarlet, the Starfall Street single story category. I'm very glad to have a wonderful commentary couch, virtual couch with me We have Travaria.
Hello.
We have Spider.
Hello.
Spider C. And we also have Iron Dre.
Hello.
And all three of these runners have played Starfall Street. They're all on the leaderboards. They have all also done many of a single story category. But let's go ahead and get right into the run. And as we start, Trip, if you want to go ahead and explain the categories, I do the opening movements. We can go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So this is what we call a single story category run. So instead of starting right at the beginning, the community settled on being able to skip the intro section, which is just about 50 minutes of basically always the same gameplay. This allows us to make these runs considerably shorter and thus a little nicer to grind out. Then just ran right up there and grabbed a rare candy. That's basically what we're going to be doing here for the first 15 to 20 minutes of this run.
Yeah, the other thing that's nice about starting at this point is it allows us to do strategies early on that you wouldn't want to do if you were 40 minutes into a run, but are a lot more viable now that we can just reset if things don't go our way in the first 5 minutes. Starting more or less around here.
Yeah. We're going to be catching a Pokemon. This is probably the fastest probably any Pokemon game ever catches a Pokemon at like the beginning of a speedrun. This is Rookity. Very, very cute burb. We picked up a Dust Ball not more than like a couple seconds ago. This actually guarantees a catch on Rookity. It's more of a marathon safe strat. And as you notice, in our party, we have the water starter Quaxley, as well as the tutorial Pokemon that you catch during the beginning of the game, Lechonk. And these three Pokemon are going to carry us throughout the rest of the game. Starfall Street is a single story category, comparable to Path of Legends, which focuses on the Titan Pokemon with Arven, comparable to Victory Road, which is your standard gym challenge with Nimona, your other rival, and then Teal Mask is technically a single story category, got introduced with the first DLC of this game. Iron, do you want to go ahead and explain a little bit about the main mechanics of this run, why we have 3 Pokemon with us instead of just the usual one and done of most Pokemon speedruns?
Yeah, so the kind of the main sort of, I guess, I can't think of the best word for this. The cool thing or the notable thing, unique thing about this category is the fact that we have to clear 5 star bases. And those require you to have 3 Pokemon in your party. You can't go in with 2. And also notably, all of them have to obey you. So this is the reason why we don't just catch something that's super, super high level. We'll talk a little bit about like the levels that we want to aim for everyone later on. But we really just need the 3 Mons. The best way to do that is to use the starter, which we're given at the beginning of the run. In this case, which is Quaxley. The tutorial Lechonk, which is a required catch in the tutorial section of the run, which we're technically skipping. And then you catch 1 more Mon, which in this case is Rookity.
Yeah, because of the fact that we can start at this particular spot that we started in, Dynam was actually able to basically pre-select the exact Quaxley that they wanted. So this Quaxley has a very specific spread of IVs across the board. I believe it's like 26 attack IV with plus attack nature as well.
Yeah, it's a very, very attack-oriented Quaxley. Yeah, 26 attack IVs. Also notably 27 speed IVs, which is helpful. Also say hello to Cloth. The Titan that we beat to get the dash ability. So everybody say hi to Cloth.
Hi, Cloth.
And everybody say bye to Cloth. Everybody say bye to Cloth.
Hi, Cloth.
Yeah, so notably, this is, of the 3 original single stories, this is the only one where we don't get dash. In Path of Legends, you're required to get dash because it's part of what you need to beat the category. In Victory Road, you get dash because you run around so much. Being able to move fast is nice. On this one, we don't move quite as much as we do in Victory Road. We originally were grabbing the dash ability, and then someone suggested it early on, and it just kind of got moved past. And then a few months after that, I finally got around to actually trying it without dash, and discovered that it saved like a minute to a minute and a half. So now
Which
we
is
just
completely wild.
yeah. So now we just slowly run around the map instead of doing fighting Cloth to get the dash ability.
Yeah, because you don't get that much. You don't
Honestly-
get that much experience off of the Cloth fight itself, and then there's a massive cutscene, like a plot cutscene at the end of the fight, which is like 5 minutes long. So even though we are moving slower here, we're going to be overall saving time.
Yeah, the initial cutscene with Arven after you beat Cloth. Usually Cloth in speedruns is the first Titan that you would beat. The first, if only, Titan that you beat during any speedrun in this game. The cutscene is really long. So like Spider said, we just skip it and it actually saves some time.
One other thing that I realized that we just kind of skimmed past, that if you're not used to seeing speedruns of this game before, you are probably very confused. We have what we call BLJs, where
Definitely
backwards
didn't steal
jump.
that from the Super Mario 64 community at all.
And you're going to see another one right here. And the reason why this works is that while you're facing backwards on a slope, you won't slide down. So by turning around and then jumping backwards, this is a nice
dear.
ratio route.
Oh, actual deer. Everything's fine.
Yeah, all right, we got around. You can jump up any cliff that you would normally slide down. You can jump backwards up, which is weird but very cool, and leads to a lot of opening routing stuff that wouldn't otherwise be necessary or otherwise be possible. Immediately after Cloth is where we did the first one, and if we couldn't do that BLJ, that by itself would add several minutes onto the run, and would then probably make it be worthwhile to actually beat Cloth.
Right. The way that you're supposed to get around that is either with the climb ability that you get from Dondozo and Tatsugiri. Those Titans give you the ability to climb walls, and then Orthworm, big, funny steel worm, would you still love me if I was a worm, gives you the high jump ability, which, as its name entails, allows you to jump way higher than you normally should be able to.
There goes
goodbye, Driftwood.
Driftwood.
Weather is a thing in this game, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on the situation. Snowstorms and heavy winds can just blow Pokemon away, and it's really funny when that happens.
Here's another.
This is one.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, this is one instance of helper functions being very useful in this category. So as you saw, you can press Y to go back up if you fall from a great height. You don't get that prompt if you just fall on your mounts, whether that's Koraidon in Scarlet or Miraidon in Violet. But if you just fall down, you just hang on to your Rotom phone. Don't ask how your arms aren't torn off by this point already. But you can just go back up to where you were before. So we use that to tag the Pokemon Center, and every Pokemon Center in this game is also doubles as a fly point. So we will be coming back to that specific Pokemon Center, Dolly's Alpha Passage, in just a little bit.
And one thing that's notable there is that we actually start off with Fly, as opposed to every other Pokemon game ever, which is very nice.
Super useful.
Because we do a lot of, as you can probably tell, we do a lot of running around. And so tagging fly points so that we can come back to them later is quite nice.
Yeah. I believe, like Triff said before, this entire first section, I'd say probably first 19 to 20 minutes or so, is just a lot of prep work, collecting experience candies. That is a Greavard, and I almost hit that.
That is the third Greavard you've almost hit.
I'm honestly surprised I've dodged this many in the snow. What was I just saying before? The Greavard just throws my train of thought.
Like 20
way
minutes
off
of
track.
moving.
Oh, yeah. So we collect rare candies, experience candies. We're going to feed our lovely birds some experience candies to help them grow big and strong. And then also we are tagging a lot of Pokemon centers along the way so that we can fly back to them for easier movements throughout the rest of the speedrun. I'm seeing somebody in chat asking all of us what our favorite Pokemon is introduced in Generation 9.
Gonna have to look at a list of
Honestly,
Gen 9 Pokemon.
Yeah, honestly, Orthworm is a pretty big one for me. It's really silly and derpy, and when you go fight the Titan form of that Pokemon in Path of Legends, it's just so happy to see you. I mean, it just goes brrr.
I keep saying that every time I see Orthworm in its regular size, it's disappointing to
Yeah,
me
right?
because it feels
I'm just so
right.
used to the Path of Legends one. My favorite Gen 9 Pokemon is probably Great Tusk.
Is that because you like the Pokemon TCG card?
No,
Great
I
Tusk,
liked it
or-
before that, but I also do enjoy Great Tusk Mill.
Fair.
My favorite is Sprigatito. I like grass
Good
types
old
and I like
grass cat.
cats, so there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Valid.
Oh, whew. I always have a hard time picking favorites.
Pressure's on, Trevario.
I'll get back to you.
All right, sounds good. We're collecting this stretch of candies here is so good. We just picked up a stack of 3 L candies. For reference, small candies give 800 experience to a Pokemon when used. M candies give 3,000 experience to a Pokemon when they're used. L candies give a whopping 10,000 experience candies. So that is the equivalent of a Sword and Shield XL candy, which gives 30,000 experience, which is a lot. Which is why we do a lot of candy collecting in all of the categories in this game.
And weirdly enough, that triple stack of L's was actually one of the last candy locations that we discovered as the speedrunning community. I'm sure other people had found it earlier, but it was one of the last ones to get included in the various routes, even though it's the most impactful of all of them.
We have a question about the DLC used in the speedrun. The answer is no, it's kind of not really worth it to go in the DLC. It's just a massive time investment to get in there.
Yeah,
I think it's what, like a 2-minute cutscene just to trigger going to Kitakami, and then another 2-minute cutscene within Kitakami itself.
Yeah. You would have to get something very good very quickly in Kitakami, and that just doesn't exist for the other categories.
Yeah,
to make it worthwhile.
so for the speedruns of the Tealed Mask, we catch something in Paldea and bring it in. There have been categories. I think we have a couple people in this voice call who've done mons that you catch in Kitakami, but they're like a decent ways in, and it's just not worth it to bring it back to this category.
Yep.
So we ended up flying back to Dolly's Alpha Passage, which was the Pokemon Center that we tagged a little bit earlier. We're going to be tagging Cascarafa, which is the town with the water gym, and we're just going to be immediately flying out of there just because we want to save that fly point for a little bit later. It is the closest point that we can get to for the Dark Base. As we mentioned, there are 5 star bases in this category. I guess we should talk about like what Team Star is, I suppose. Do any of you want to talk about the quote-unquote villainous team of this generation?
They're not villainous.
They're
Hard air quotes.
They
villainous.
are hooligans, question mark, but not really.
They're just misunderstood teenagers for the most part that have all been victims of bullying at some point.
Yeah, but
That is how the story goes.
that only unfolds over the course of this run. We don't know that going into this.
We also have a comment in the chat pointing to the elephant in the room, which is this game's frame rate is not the best, and how that would apply for timing. Well, speedruns of this game are timed using the real time, so we would see some weird differences between runs with similar real times for when you look at the in-game time, particularly when you compare Scarlet and Violet to each other. But for the purposes of the run, we just assume that the games generally all run the same for everybody, and they're gonna lag at various points for everybody. So
yeah, it's all gonna average out to about the same.
Yeah,
so it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day.
Right.
Yeah.
Notably, go ahead, Travaria. I was going to mention something about the camera, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. So
go for it then.
Okay. As a result of the frame rates, we actually have to work on reducing the lag because obviously we want it to go by faster. So one of the things that you can do if the game lags too much is zoom in the camera a little bit, which just reduces the amount of things that the game has to render and thus usually improves the frame rate a little bit, at least.
Water is particularly bad at being rendered, and so as often as we are able to, we avoid looking at water, which is part of the reason for this camera angle right now.
Yeah, this is a very hydrophobic speedrun, I am sorry. You drink water.
Yeah, in my experience, like I find, the water is always bad, but like really only if it's like a major snowstorm, I find major lag issues. Like I think otherwise I don't do the looking at the ground thing that a lot of runners do. You'll see Dynam do that as well.
Yeah, it's less important now than it was previously, actually. There was, ironically enough, a Switch update that improved things, and so now the zooming in isn't as important as it maybe was early on.
It's still very much a reflex for me, though,
Yeah.
which is why I still do it all the time. The zoom-in feature, as you just noticed right there, is actually a lock-on feature. So if you hold ZL, or the left trigger on your Switch controller, you not only zoom in your camera, but it'll help you lock on to Pokemon. This, in earlier patches, was... I'm trying to think of the right word here.
It was a lot less sensitive.
Exactly. A lot less sensitive than it is now. So normally you would just like see anything that's in your direct line of path, but sometimes you'll accidentally lock onto a Pokemon that's within a couple angles, like a couple degrees of you, like that. Oddly enough, it actually is not bad during like harsh weather patterns like a snowstorm, because you can see things that maybe your eyes wouldn't have been able to see at first. So like revert popping out of the snow, little snom here and there, etc. It's both a blessing and a curse sometimes, I swear.
And we also just saw a pack of Q-fans, so we had a comment in the chat about alluding to my comment about the elephant in the room. There's our pack of elephants.
There's the elephants.
We found
it's
them.
not in a room. There they are. Shout outs to Copperaja and Poppy.
I was gonna say, yeah, let's not, because we're on the way. So now we've tagged the fly locations for the 4 bases that we'll be doing later. So now we're actually heading to the 5th base, which is the one we'll actually start with.
Hey, look, you found me.
Hey, look, it's iron. Look at that.
Let's go.
We pick up that iron. We mentioned that for English single story categories, we set up a save file so that we have a starter with the exact stats that we want, plus or minus a couple IVs. There might be some ranges along the way. That iron is just more of a marathon safe pickup. It allows me to survive a 2-hit combo in one of the later bases, assuming that I don't get crit. I said the C word, I'm sorry.
Let's hope we don't see more of those.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right, we're just coming up on the last little bit of candy collecting.
Yeah, we've got a stack of 2M candies here, and then a couple of items to get. I will be tagging the Pokemon Center over here, just for safety.
Nice Venomoth.
And then we'll
Shoutouts to Venomoth.
Is that also
which
was that
is
also
a-
a Luxio there?
I think it was a Luxray or
Luxray,
something.
yeah.
Shoutouts to Venomoth and Luxray, two of other mons that have been routed into this category. What mons have been routed? So the good thing about Starfall Street and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet in general as a speed game is just that due to the amount of candies that you can find in the overworld, you could pretty much pick almost any Pokemon that you wanted and do a speedrun with it. And as long as you level up to a sufficient level, you can clear any of these categories for the most part.
Yeah, the only limit for Starfall Street and Path of Legends, I guess, as well, is at what level you can actually catch it.
Yep.
Because it has to be below level 20 or lower in order to actually obey you.
Yeah, actually, well, speaking of both pieces, with the Pokemon that have been routed for this category and for that level 20 requirement, one of the Pokemon that I was looking at fairly early on when we were first routing this category was Braviary, which actually is extremely good in this category, but you can't catch a Rufflet that's low enough without going significantly out of the way. So it was one that got looked at and then got discarded almost just as quickly.
Also, everyone say hello to Clive. Definitely not the director of the academy.
He's just
in
a
this
normal
game.
student
Yeah, it's just a normal everyday student, Clive.
with excellent hair.
Iron, do you want to talk about the differences between... So Quackable has been the long-standing world record routes for a while, but the Barrage Pokemon have been a little bit different. Do you want to talk about those differences while I do this giant menu?
Yeah, I can kind of go through the ones that have been used as mains as well. So I guess Spider and I were kind of the two people that looked at routing this first. Everybody was really focused on any percent and Path of Legends. And I think we both were individually let's route something that not everyone's looking at. It's a little bit more fun that way. So we looked at probably 8 or 9 different mods between the two of us.
Yeah, that's
as
about
mains.
right.
So you looked at a Terra Jigglypuff to start things off.
Yep.
And then I was looking at Scyther. There was also Venomoth, as we talked about earlier. That mon is extremely good. What did I look at?
You did.
Toxtricity.
I looked at Oricorio for a little bit.
You did Oricorio. You also did. What's the electric poison
Toxtricity.
Pokemon?
Yeah.
Tox.
Oh,
thank you.
Toxtricity. How could I have forgotten that one?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, for a long time, Iron was doing Tox, and I was doing Wigglytuff, and then around the same time, we both switched, and Iron switched to Quackable, and I switched to Venomoth.
yeah. And then Dynam's looked at Haunch Crow, which isn't bad either, but
It's super cursed.
Yeah, you have to go decently out of your way for it, as well as the Duskstone, and you also have to use inaccurate moves, which is not fun. We'll also talk about the Barrage Mon. So again, we've mostly just been using in the Venomoth case, you'd use your starter, and I guess you'd use your starter and the Lechonk as your partners.
Yeah, in every route, we use Lechonk as one of our Star Barrage Pokemons, and so then it boils down to, okay, so you need your main, and you need something else. In this case, the main is the starter. For other routes, your starter was generally going to be your third Barrage Pokemon. The one Pokemon that was an exception to that was Wigglytuff, but that's a special case and doesn't really matter. So generally, it's going to be your main, which may or may not be your starter, Lechonk, and then something else. And so then the previous partner Pokemon for the Quackable route was Luxray, which Iron, you can talk about that.
Yeah, so when I first started routing Duck, I found a very consistent Luxio spawn that was only a small little bit out of the way. It was a little bit tiny detour, and you could easily get it exactly to the level where it evolves into Luxray. And Luxray is a pretty strong mon, and it worked quite well. And then we stumbled upon a run that beat the record at some point.
Yeah, I believe it's Wataame from the Japanese community.
Yeah,
figured this out.
and they were using Corviknight as their secondary mon, which is what Dynam is using here. And we were a bit dubious about it because to get Corviknight, it has to evolve. Well, it evolves at level 38. Whereas for Luxray, it was evolving at level 30, so that's 8 extra levels you have to gain in order to get there.
On a Pokemon that you're not actually going to use in battle.
No, it's just for the barrages. But you'll see in the barrages, particularly this one coming up, as well as the fairy one, you'll see where Corviknight really shines. And since then, we've looked at other secondary mons, like Jumpluff, which is the weirdest one ever you could ever think of, and also Drifblim. But
They're so good if they weren't so bad.
yeah, they unfortunately don't work quite so well. But you'll see the consistent there is flying types are pretty good, which is kind of the main theme for this game. This game, the 80% route uses a flying type. That is very, very powerful.
Yeah, have we talked about the Let's Go mechanic in this game yet?
No, we haven't.
No,
It hasn't come up yet, though.
It's about to become very relevant, though.
Triv, do you want to take point on that?
Sure. So the main feature of the Star Barrages, so the raids on the Team Star bases that we are about to start here, the main feature is the Let's Go mechanic, which was, I don't know if it was introduced in this game, but it was definitely one of the key features. It's basically an auto battle feature, so we can send out our Pokemon into the field, and instead of it being a classic, turn-based Pokemon fight, the Pokemon will battle it out based on a very specific damage formula, just automatically. We're about to see that in action, just so that you can get a little bit of a better... Yeah, there we go. Goes pretty fast. And maybe someone else can talk about the damage formula a bit.
I have looked at it and I do not know it, so
I can go over a little bit while I'm doing this.
Well, I can kind of take a shot at it so you can focus. So
we'll fill in the
kind of what happens is there's sort of a simulated battle between your mon and the opponent mon. Whichever one's faster will attack first, and then if there's any type advantages, and I think it's the first type that matters more. So for Corviknight, it's Steel type.
A little bit.
So that would take priority over its Flying type, or maybe it's Flying Steel, actually.
it should be
Corviknight
Flying Steel.
Yeah, because Rickety is pure flying. Anyway, so yeah, then it you can either take some damage or you faint right away if you're really weak. And you'll see the Corviknight is taking a little bit of damage, as you can see on the side there. And really, with these bases, I'm not sure if it's an issue with Corviknight as much as it is with Luxray, but you really want to try to send it out, your Mons out against specific opponents, because some opponents do a bit of a better job. I'm not sure if that's the case here.
Yeah, so the thing with the Let's Go damage formula is that, like Iron said, it simulates the battle behind the scenes between two Pokemon. The way that it does that is, so Corviknight has two types, it's Flying and Steel. It will check each of those types against each of the opponent's types. So for Breloom, which is Grass Fighting, it'll check Flying against Grass, note that's super effective, stores that information, checks it again, Flying against Fighting, it's super effective because it matches the original best stored value. It'll basically store the Flying versus Grass matchup, then it'll check Steel against Grass, Steel against Fighting, and then whatever type that Corviknight has that has the best overall matchup gets used. Basically, the game treats Corviknight as a mono Flying type because of its saved values. So it'll basically deal damage against the Grass type and also against the Fighting type, which doesn't do 2x damage, it does 4 times damage. This also applies to mono-type opponents as well. So things like Primeape, which have a single fighting type, gets treated almost as if they are fighting and fighting type. So Corviknight will still deal quad damage to them instead of the normal 2 times damage, which makes Corviknight really good against things like Primeape, Mankey, Phalanx, Hariyama, all that jazz.
Oh, I didn't know about that,
Ouch.
the monotype thing, yeah.
Yeah, it treats it doubly, which is absurd, but also works out totally in our favor for this particular Barrage Pokemon partner.
And now we're fighting Aerie, who's on a car that's also a Pokemon. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you've heard of card games on motorcycles. Now Pokemon battles on what kind of like monster trucks?
It's like a float, I think. A disco float?
Something like that. Don't worry about it.
It's also only kind of a Pokemon, because even though it resembles an actually existing Pokemon, you cannot catch the Starmobile in any other situation.
Unfortunate. I want this as my right Pokemon instead of
There we go. That
Rhydon.
would be a nice improvement to the game, just ratting around on one of these things.
Honestly. So each of these star bases, once you complete the Star Barrage, which is beating 30 Pokemon in 10 minutes or less, I think that was like right around 8:30 or something like that. I wasn't paying any attention. You fight the Team Star boss of that base. Aerie is one of the Team Star bosses. She specializes in fighting types. So we will go through her standard team of 4 Pokemon. And then we're gonna fight a car. This is a fight. This is the Fighting Starmobile. It is in-game. It says that is a Revel Room. Interestingly enough, this is essentially Lucario with its stats overridden. What the game does is that it has static stat values for the Starmobile. The only one I remember off the top of my head is that this thing has 131 speed base. And it just basically overrides everything from the last Pokemon with those specific values.
And those stat values, those static stat values, are very weird.
Yeah. They all the Starmobiles have the same speed, despite the one we just fought being like 30 levels higher than the lowest level one.
Yeah, for all of those levels, there's a 5 stat point difference between them, which is absurd. They also have a lot of HP, but no defensive stats, really. And so they're just massive, fast HP sponges. And so we have to figure out what we... It was very interesting routing this before we got those stats, because we were just guessing at what was going to knock them out.
Also, shoutouts to Anubis, by the way. Anubis is a well-known data miner and researcher in the Pokemon speedrunning community, and she and like her crew of cohort have like figured out so much about not only this game but a lot of the Switch games in general. So she ended up getting us those stat values and also the inner workings of the Let's Go damage formula. So shoutouts to Anubis.
Yeah, definitely made this category much more interesting and consistent by far.
Because before the data dump, we basically were going off of vibes for all of the Star Barrages and stuff, and
as well as the
Starmobile stats,
as well as the Titans.
Yeah,
right, that too.
I'm trying to think. Iron, do you remember what our estimation was for the Starmobiles?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, because I remember we estimated something that was wild, like it was wildly different, but it almost worked at the end of the day. For when we were doing our initial damage calculations and routing, we just kind of made something up, and it almost worked. But then we got the actual numbers, and it's much better. So now we have finished the 5th base and are heading to the 4th, I think.
I think so. I think that's how it goes, like in terms of level order. Even though Pokemon Scarlet, Violet are a sort of pseudo open world game, they wanted you to like take whatever route and find your treasure or what have you. There's still static levels. So I think Fairy Base, which we are here now, is the 4th, or like 2nd from last that you're supposed to fight, technically speaking.
Because it's dark, fire, poison, and then I can't remember if it's fighting or fairy.
I believe it's fairy and then fighting.
Fighting is
Okay.
the highest one,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, so we are, at least to start off, we're doing reverse base order.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
That's what we have the candies for. I mean, the duck just jumped to level 65 off of those 20 minutes of candy collecting.
Exactly.
And there's some logic to the order that we're doing here. You'll see that we finished the last. We don't actually get a free heal. There's lots of free heals in a lot of the newer games, and this game has a few of them as well. For example, you get a free heal after the fight before you enter the base to do the Star Barrage. Right now, Dynam's duck is fairly low level, and what I've noticed happens with my duck. Sorry, what did I say?
You said low level, not...
Low.
Oh, no.
Low
Yeah,
health. Low health. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what I've noticed happens, because I have my own stats on my duck, is this lead Pokemon, and this fight here, will try to go for an attacking move. And if you're at high health, it will go for a status move. So its ability is Prankster, which means any status moves get priority. Oh, it's still going for it. Okay.
Oh my gosh, commentator's curse. So yeah, Prankster Nasty Plot just loses time here. Prankster allows you to move first if you use a status move. Should have gone for Play Rough, but opponent AI is questionable at times.
It also has Torment, so
Yep.
if you use that, you can't use Acrobatics on this thing.
Yeah, you have to click Aqua Step instead to finish out the fight.
And as you might be able to tell, we mentioned earlier that water lags things. This is the laggiest fight in the run. Actually, in the game.
There isn't
because-
even.
Don't worry about it. Harrington is just a time wizard, and he's a master of time dilation. We've just entered his own personal pocket.
There isn't even that much water in the background. It's just that tiny bit. That's enough to lag this fight
grass.
so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be very apparent in this fairy base. I will very much attempt to angle my camera in a way where I'm just looking at the sky for the most part.
Or away from the
To
water.
attempt to not have more polygons on the screen.
Yeah, so this is the base where we kind of see. We might have seen a bit of it if you've ever seen a run with Luxray as your second mon. This is the base where really Corviknight stands out. Corviknight's a steel type, and this is a fairy base, so it does pretty well here.
And if you really know your type matchups, you'll know that steel is strong against fairy and also resists fairy. So Corviknight will pretty much never have to die here. One thing that you'll see, I'll run by one of them, is that there are vending machines in these bases. Vending machines are useful in the fact that they heal your Pokemon. If you just click a vending machine, all your Pokemon that are currently in your party will be healed to full. Oh, nice Mimikyu. Please, Lechonk, where'd you go?
It went up to the
Lechonk
left.
just... Alright, all of you get in here. But we don't have to use vending machines anymore because Corviknight is busted.
And one other thing that we didn't talk about at the last base that Dynam is doing is what's called a stop and go, where when you send your Pokemon up for a let's go, you kind of do a stutter step, which actually cancels the animation where you like put your arms out towards and or directing the Pokemon forward. And so you can cancel that animation by starting to run as you send them out. And so then it just speeds up running around the barrage.
That should be the end of that.
Yeah, so the vending machines are not being used at all, I believe, in this with Corviknight, which is a huge difference. Because I think for Luxray, you'd be using a vending machine once in the fighting base, and you might be using it once here as well, depending on the matchups you get. So Luxray can survive this base, and oh my god, what is happening? It's really laggy for some reason.
I think that one was the Discord stream.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine.
But yeah, so like Luxray can survive if it faces like the Meryl family, and also Tinkatink.
Yeah, honestly, Ortega, out of all the star bosses, I believe this is probably one of the scarier fights of the run. He leads with an Azumarill, which has huge power, which doubles Azumarill's attack stat. And Fairy is super effective against fighting, which we are half fighting. So we set up a guard spec here. We want to set up to at least +2 attack with the next attack. Play Rough here is okay. Guard spec prevents our stats from being lowered, so we won't get reduced attack from Play Rough. Play Rough, I believe, has a 10% chance to lower our attack. We were hoping to see Charm so that it would just be negated, but instead we're going to set an
and it won't use
here.
Charm now that it sees the guard spec as well.
Right.
Unlike earlier games where, for example, in Pokemon in Gen 2, you can use a guard spec on Red, which is the final fight, and you would actually just ideally see Charm every turn you set up, even though it does nothing.
Right. So unfortunately, this is the longer. That's the second time my stick has flipped back. Longer version of the fight where I need to step in X defense so I can tank a second Play Rough and then heal back up to full, and then we will set up 1 X attack and we go from there.
I'm just used to clicking Sludge Bomb on my way through this entire fight, so I don't know what all this is about.
Listen.
Well, I guess another thing that we didn't really point out is because you're forced to have more than one Pokemon in your party, you actually get prompted whether you want to switch Pokemon after each one, which in every other category, we put only one Pokemon in the party at all times to avoid this extra text, but it's required for this.
Yeah, you get caught up on it more than you think. Dock Bun, I have to Wave Crash here for reasons. This sets up Torrent. Torrent is Quackable's ability. All of the starters in every generation since 3 have an ability where if they are below 1/3% health, or 1/3 health, their water, grass, or fire moves get boosted by, I think, 50%.
Yep.
Yeah. So all we have to do is click Aqua Step here on this Rev Room. And oh my gosh, I click Wave Crash. I did not mean to do that. Well, that's fine. We can just revive Quackable later. That's totally fine. Thankfully, we still got Corviknight and Lechonk in the back pocket. So we don't lose the fight at the very least.
And we're not even losing XP here because the Starmobile fights don't give XP for some reason.
Probably because they didn't want to deal with that with the whole entity that are the Starmobiles.
Actually,
how
I
much
wonder if what it is they didn't want to trigger evolutions after these long cutscenes.
Could be, but wouldn't that just trigger before? Like with the Titans, they give experience.
Yeah, probably. Who
knows? Not us. It's okay. I see in chat, rip bird. We've still got 1 bird in the back pocket. That's totally fine.
Yeah, the thing with Scarlet and Violet speedruns is there's always enough birds to go
There's
around.
always another bird.
There's always birds. I feel like in every generation since 6, where like Hawlucha made its start, like birds have just been a thing in speedruns, and I'm all for it.
Well, I mean, even in earlier gens, you needed a flyer, so.
True. Shoutouts to Kenya. In I believe that's Gold, Silver, Crystal, the Spearow that holds mail for you.
Yep.
In Goldenrod City. I don't know earlier gens. I'm sorry.
And the remakes too.
True. So there's a little bit of backstory here with Team Star. Mr. Harrington over here actually is the former director of the Academy in these games. Turns out that 18 months ago, there was a sort of incident or of sorts where a lot of people ended up getting bullied. They ended up forming Team Star, and in response, they were just going to like intimidate the bullies a little bit. and try to like get back at them. And then it turns out that I want to say like the bullies like all like left the academy or something like that. It's like not their intention at all. And then something, the deputy director of the academy ended up covering up the incident by deleting all of the files. So everybody 1.5 years ago ended up resigning, and all new staff ended up getting hired on to the academy, which, like, I don't think there's any bullying problems now, but, like, there's a...
Well, Clavel
huge
talks about
shift.
that, is that he prides himself on the fact that there's no bullying, but that's not quite true.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
There's a lot of history.
Also, the entire reason why we are investigating Team Star is that some of their members have basically become the bullies themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, or at least, like, rumors have spread.
Allegedly.
Well, they've more or less tried to press gang someone in the intro, so yes.
That's true, honestly. I do forget, this being a single story category, that I don't see the intro very often. So you don't see Penny getting bullied before the start of the run. Alright, I'll need to remember to revive Quackle at some point, but for now, let's go ahead and fly over to Dark Base.
Which is actually the lowest level. So we're going 5, 4, 1. A normal ordering, I think.
Yeah, this is actually kind of
Yeah.
interesting because in the run we just saw, the BDSP run, the gyms are done in a very bizarre order as well. So
I feel like in Pokemon speedrunning, we always end up switching those orders around.
If the game lets us, then we're
Yeah.
gonna do it.
Yeah, welcome to Pokemon Speedruns, where the points don't matter and so does the order. Or it doesn't matter either.
One interesting thing there is that we actually don't head towards the base right there in that initial movement after the fly. We head towards a different cutscene trigger that's closer, and then we get moved closer to the base.
Yeah, my running theory
oh, you
is
didn't heal
that-
your bird.
Oh. Oh yeah, there's a trainer fight here, isn't there? That's fine, I think.
Yeah, Corv and I can
It'll be
do
fine.
it.
Yeah, Corviknight, we need to give the second bird in our party a little bit of time in
The
the
spotlight.
limelight. Exactly.
And it is a great bird. It deserves it.
It is a very, very cool bird. You know what else is a cool bird? Murkrow. Hey, look, it's a Murkrow. It's bird v bird. Who shall win? It's a good thing I taught stealing to Corviknight
Oh, you
earlier.
didn't get a
Gosh,
nerve skip. Unlucky.
Unlucky. I would have gotten pressure skip instead. So if you haven't figured this out already, this is completely intentional. Quackable's death on the Fairy Starmobile, totally fine. Because as
The fight
I
is
mentioned before,
faster if you do that.
yeah. Corviknight picks up the slack here on this trainer fight, and then before every base, your entire party gets healed. So as soon as we enter the next Star Barrage, Quackable will be back in action.
Yeah, and so this order is also done with when you have Luxray as your second, because Luxray is an electric type, and it matches up quite well against this Murkrow. The one slight benefit of Luxray, though, is there is a 50-50 chance you do not get an ability proc at the beginning of the fight if it has Rivalry instead of Intimidate. But if you have Intimidate, you just take it and take the time loss.
Yeah, versus Corviknight, which has both Unnerve and Pressure, which both have text boxes when it is sent out into battle for the first time. Also, oddly enough, Dark Base is the only base where you are facing the opposite direction after that cutscene.
Yeah, I've forgotten that plenty of times.
Yeah, so then
Always
you just
throws
you
me.
come out of the cutscene and just run away from the base before you catch yourself. Is Lechonk still helpful here? No.
Yes, if it doesn't go up against Poniard, which is currently going up against Poniard. So we'll see if it lives for a little bit.
Because the route that I'm used to does actually put some XP into Lechonk. And so then in this base and the fire base, it actually holds its own fairly well. and so I'm
Yeah,
not sure
so
one way or the other.
So the kind of going back to like the Corviknight versus Luxray situation is you need to put more candies and EXP into Corviknight than you would for Luxray, and so you can actually use some of those. You could use some of that extra EXP you would have otherwise used on Corviknight on Lechonk, and so the Luxray route actually evolves Lechonk into Oinkologne, Bigger Pig, and it can actually do a little bit better job against these lower level bases. Very nice spin around there. Love to see it.
Thank you.
Love the style points. Did you know that you can, so with stop and going, spinning also cancels the animation.
Really?
So you can do a spin stop and go. It's very hard to send the Pokemon out in the correct direction.
That is wild and cursed.
But I definitely have done that for my last pack of Pokemon.
You just go into the middle of a pack and spin around with your gear.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've done.
So this is Giacomo. Fun facts about Giacomo, aka DJ Vice, aka DJ Bad Deeds in the Japanese version of the game. He's the one who made all of this music canonically. Triv, what's the word again for when in-game characters listen to media and music that are in the universe?
Yeah, so this music is diegetic because you can see Giacomo listen to it right here.
Which is fun fact about the game. Honestly, like the music in this particular single story category
It's
slaps
banging.
real
It's real
hard.
good.
I think it's an absolute shame and a crime that you only fight like 7 star grunts ever. So you only like listen to the first 30 seconds of the track in the game, even if you're playing casually. If you haven't listened to it, go on YouTube and listen to the Team Star Grunts battle music. It slaps. I really love the music in this game. Say what you want about the game itself, the music and the story, the devs put a lot of love into those portions of development for sure.
And left so on certain other aspects.
Details.
You saw in that fight that Dynam used close combat, which is a fairly slow move. We didn't really talk about how the move animations are on, and that's something that you can't turn off on another Pokemon game. So a lot of the routing, maybe not so much in this category, but the longer categories, goes into choosing mons which have fast move animations. We have to use close combat there because that Starmobile has Intimidate, and nothing else you have would KO it. I guess Wave Crash might, but you take damage, and that actually is slower than close combat. So,
and the move animation is fairly impactful just in the game as a whole, especially in the regard that almost there are certain exceptions, but almost every physical move has a faster animation than almost every special move. And so a lot of the mains, actually I think at this point all of the mains for the different categories are physical attackers. As previously mentioned, I run Venomoth in this category, which is a special attacker, and it is noticeable that I lose time on every single move that I select, just based on the animations being longer.
The Venomoth is a cool bird, so you have that going for you.
Venomoth is a bird, yes.
After this set of cutscenes, I think this would be, if we're still doing the hour break, this would probably be a good stopping point after I regain control after these cutscenes, Church.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, we've got this last Penny cutscene. Penny is the third sort of rival question mark. Shows up, helps us out, gives us some TM materials, I think, and stuff after every starfall base that you do, every star base that you do rather.
Yeah, Penny is in the STEM field at the Academy, so shoutouts to that.
Shoutouts to women in STEM.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
All right. We can go ahead and pause the timer in 3, 2, 1, pause.
All right. So yeah, during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour, so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we have been showcasing some Pokemon games. We're in the middle of a Starfall Street run. I'll hand it right back over to y'all.
Cool, thanks, Church. We've just finished the 3rd out of 5 bases. We've got 2 more to go. So let's get right back into it. Counting down back in 3, 2, 1, go. So now we are heading over to Poison Base, which is the middle of the pack in terms of level. I think we have established this already.
Mm-hmm.
Also the most cursed base.
It is definitely got the most curse / well, you'll see when we get there. Hopefully not, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we don't see.
We are praying for clear skies. If you've seen the aurora last night due to clear skies, it was very beautiful. We are hoping that the same remains while we are approaching Poison Base. Not a cloud in the sky. Nope, not here.
The weather cycles in this game are weird. I mean, this could be... It could be that no one paid all that close of attention to it early on, but I'm fairly sure that when the game released, they were 5-minute weather cycles, so the weather changed every 5 minutes of in-game time. It definitely is not that case anymore. I have seen a lot of 320s, some 4-minute ones, some that only lasted a minute and a half. And so you never really know when the weather is going to change, and it can be a problem when it does sometimes.
Yeah, and when you say it changes every 5 minutes, there's the possibility for a new weather pattern to occur. So like the 5 minutes is like the threshold, or like the 320 or the 2 minute, whatever it is these days.
Yeah, I think it can obviously stay clear, but I don't think it ever maintains the weather otherwise. But that could also just be because cycles are weird, and maybe that's a misunderstanding of how it works. It doesn't ultimately matter. It's just, when it boils down to it, the weather can change, and it can be not great when it does.
Yeah. Although there are 2 points in the run where weather can be great, or maybe 2.5 really. One is on Ortega. If it rained, so the way that weather works in Pokemon battles in this game is that as long as the weather is active before the battle is initiated, it will remain in effect for the entirety of the battle. So say it rained right before this fight, or like it was raining before this fight and then it stopped in the middle of this fight, it would still count the weather as raining for the battle.
Even though the animation wasn't playing anymore? Yeah.
Exactly. This is relevant for the Ortega fight because we can, instead of like setting up a guard spec, typing an X attack, and having to deal with play roughs, instead terrestrialize our Pokemon. That's something that we haven't seen in this run yet. Terrestrialization being the sort of like main mechanic / gimmick of this generation, where you throw a Terra Orb at your Pokemon and it transforms into its Terra type. So Quackable is Terra Water because its base form Quaxley was water. And we could just spam Wave Crash on Ortega, and that's how you finish that fight. It's also a little bit relevant here if we get Rain right before Atticus. We can skip an X attack in that way because Rain does boost the damage of water moves by a certain percentage. I don't recall what the 50%? Got it. Which lets us skip an X attack altogether on those 2 specific fights.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see Rain any earlier here, because that makes the space just very annoying to play in.
Yeah, if you caught the sub-area text for this place, it is called Tag Tree Thicket. Sometimes we call it lag tree thicket for reasons. There's a lot of things to render, unfortunately, and when weather gets put into the mix, it adds an entire new layer to that altogether. So we want to see clear skies. Describing those ghastly for safety in case there's not enough Pokemon on the inner track.
Yeah, one thing that does kind of get weird with these Star Barrages is that Pokemon can spawn in packs of 2 to 4, and so depending on the packs that you get, you can sometimes be moving around bases in ways that you don't normally want to, just because the packs weren't as big as they normally are. The packs always spawn in the same spot, but the size of the Pokemon in each pack changes from run to run.
Yeah, so it's slight routing on the fly, but generally speaking, there's a pretty static route through all of the bases, especially fighting base, because that's just
a line.
Linear. Yeah, very much so. There is the very rare occasion in fighting base where you just don't get enough multi-packs to spawn, and then you have to cross the bridge of shame. I've still never done that before, but I have heard rumors.
Yeah, actually,
Okay,
I said packs are 2 to 4. Fighting base is the exception where it's 1 to 3. So yeah, if you get bad spawns in the fighting base, it can get real rough.
Everyone say hello to Atticus, the Splatoon 2 NPC of the speedrun.
Now, Atticus lets you shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 7 cards if your opponent's Pokemon is poisoned.
Also true. A couple of us are Pokemon TCG
Enjoyers.
enjoyers. It's a good game. Alright, this muck is the issue on this fight. Even though Atticus' Pokemon are level like 30-something, we still have to set up an X attack to one-hit KO the Starmobile. And this muck has Sludge Wave. Sludge Wave is a 10% chance to poison, and if it poisons us, it's just straight up time loss, but never punished for anything. Not that we would have gone punished because I didn't misclick anything. Anyway, moving forward, this fight's just acrobatic spam as it goes. As we mentioned earlier, certain moves have longer animations than others. Acrobatics is the fastest and strongest move that Quackable has to offer us in terms of both facets, pretty much. Close combat is used a couple of times against Starmobiles, just so that we don't have to set up on them. Aqua Step is used for speed control. That's a little more relevant later on. This particular Quackable has enough speed that it naturally outspeeds all of the Starmobiles by at minimum 1 point, which is really, really convenient. But in the last 2 fights, we definitely need to make sure that we are a little bit speedier than normal to outspeed some potential threats. And then Wave Crash is Wave Crash. Deals huge damage with some recoil.
Yeah, this is another fight where if it was raining, even though, I mean, I'm not sure if it would actually be faster, but you can have a faster fight in terms of turns because you just don't set up at all. And you can just Wave Crash the Starmobile with rain and it dies.
Right.
I was just watching it back on the stream. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Atticus just kind of disappeared for a second during the fight. I don't know if you noticed.
Of course. Sure, why not?
I'll be honest, I wasn't looking at the screen during that. I was looking at my notes, but sure. Don't worry about it.
Doesn't
It's
surprise me.
Yeah, and I guess going back to why we set up on Muck there, the other 2 Mons you could set up on, but Skuntank has Toxic, which it can miss, but it deals progressively more damage each turn, which isn't great. And if it hits, obviously it's guaranteed to poison you. So it's more likely to poison you than Sludge Wave would. And then the Revavroom, the small one, has Sludge, which is, I think, 30% chance to poison. So it is by far best to set up on the Muck.
The Muck is the least bad.
Yeah, out of all the bad choices, the one that we choose is Muck. I think Rev Room also has Bulldoze, which lowers your speed by 1 stage, which causes the Poison Mobile, as I call it, to outspeed you, losing another half a turn.
Oh, you just Aqua Step.
Yeah, but Aqua Step is slow. You don't need to use it. All right, so that is 4 bases down, 1 to go. And then we will hopefully figure out who is behind this whole scheme of taking down all the star bases. Oh, we haven't mentioned Cassiopeia yet. Cassiopeia is the sort of like shadowy figure behind the scenes pushing us to defeat all the star bases in hopes of finding their leaders so that we can oust them from power. Also, here's Penny again.
We also it would be remiss to point out that there is a connection between the base names and Cassiopeia.
Yes.
All the bases are named after stars in the constellation of Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I think it's Shedder, Navi, Rukba, Cred. The other 2 are escaping me. Help. Send help. If anybody in chat knows, please send help.
Yeah, it's Shadar, Kaf, Navi, Rukba, Segan.
Kaf and Segan, that's where... There we go.
I may or may not have just opened up Wikipedia.
It's a good resource.
All right, so now heading to the final base. One thing that's kind of funny about this one is the base is in a valley. And so originally we were going down and going off of this cliff and then hitting the cutscene trigger. But then we actually realized that there's a cutscene trigger up here. So we just kind of walk over to the edge and then hit the cutscene and get warped down to the front gate.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that was a lot closer to the edge than I thought it was going to be that time.
I accidentally did this on my first casual playthrough. I was just kind of exploring the area and then suddenly, wow, a Team Starbase.
Surprise.
Yeah. Also, just a little detail that I wanted to point out. Clive here is wearing shorts. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, I see. It's like, why does that matter?
Seems like a
Something
random detail to focus on for now, but it's going to become relevant in a bit.
Yeah. Define relevant.
Yeah, relevant is going a bit far, but
True.
Interesting.
notable.
Notable. Yeah, that's better.
Alright, just being up another Team Stargrunt's Pokemon here. Interestingly enough, and I figured this out the other day, so the death strat that we use for Ortega, where you wave crash into the Starmobile, and then take Corviknight over to Dark Base, has a very slim chance of also being relevant in the fighting base against Aerie. So in the Aerie fight, we set up 2 X attacks to go to +4 attack. X attacks in gens, I believe, 7 and later, raised by 2 stages instead of 1. If you set up on the Passimian and the Passimian crits you with close combat, you are put into Torrent, which means you can skip the second X attack on Lucario, and at decently high attack values for Quaxley, you can wave crash the Starmobile, KO it, and then do the exact same thing from Fairy to Dark, but instead go from fighting to fire and reorder the bases that way. And I think that saves like half a turn. Which is not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but in speedruns, every time save matters.
I'll be
Yeah,
perfectly honest, I was distracted looking at Charlos. Shoutouts to Charlos.
Also, yeah, Charlos. Charlos the Char Cadet.
Yeah, so but back to that point, when I was routing like with Luxray, I did take a look, and with Duck specifically, I was actually looking at also doing depth strats on Airy.
Okay.
But then the Houndour would be an extra turn. So you can't KO it with Luxray, and I assume you would not. I don't think you can with Corviknight either.
So we caught a Rookity to begin with. World record strats currently just straight up catch a Corvisquire to save on the evolution time. Saves about like 20 to 25 seconds, give or take. And if you catch a Corvisquire, it actually knows, where am I going?
It was like
we're gonna take the scenic route apparently today, because I got a little distracted. Okay, we're here. We're fine. What was I saying right now?
Corvisquire comes with something.
Pluck. Corvisquire comes with Pluck, so you don't actually need to teach Steel Wing at all. Pluck actually just clears the Murkrow and Houndour regardless of attack IV or nature. Steel Wing would not, because Steel is not effective against fire, but flying is totally fine.
Because I wonder if you could wave crash something else on Airy to get into Torrent instead of that second X attack. But I don't know.
Yeah, this is something to think about.
Coming up with strats live on stream.
Yeah, rerouting on GDQ.
Let's go. I'll have to file that one away for later. Everyone say hi to Mela.
Hi, Mela.
Hi, Mela.
Lets you attach a fire energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon, and if you do, draw until you have 6 cards in your hand.
Yeah, this is the TCG stream now.
Surprise.
I really hope you have all those memorized, Dynam.
Airy looks at your opponent's hands, and you can discard up to 2 item cards that you find.
Giacomo lets you discard a special energy from all of your opponent's Pokemon, and Ortega lets you look at 1 card from your opponent's hand, put it at the bottom of their deck, and if you do so, they may draw a card.
I literally have never seen Ortega. I didn't actually know if he had a card or not.
Yep,
surely
all the star bases have a card. Anyway, this is a fight. Torkoal sets up Sun, which is a little bit slow. Funnily enough, Rain also helps here, because like we mentioned before, Rain is persistent throughout a battle. So when Torkoal gets sent out, its drought just fails, and its animation doesn't play out if it's already raining. Fun fact.
Which saves like a single text box, and then you're getting the slight amount of lag from the rain. So it's not
time
worth
save
it,
is time
but
save.
it's a funny trade-off. But we can't manipulate the weather either way, so it just is what it is.
And for those of you keeping track at home, that was our last base. So we will have we're in the final stretch here.
Yeah, so all that's left is to beat Cassiopeia, and then we are done with the speedrun. I think the story behind each of the Team Star bosses and how they originally got bullied, starting from the top, Airy, I think, was like the class queen of sorts. And then she got picked on by the previous class queen, which was Carmen, who actually is the Team Star grunt that you fight right outside of Fighting Base. Ortega comes from a really prestigious family, also really rich. Rich kid stereotypes ensue, gets bullied. Atticus is a very sort of almost Shakespearean character in a way, very like medieval in like prose and in costume. Mela, I think, also was like bullied for similar reasons as Airy, and then Giacomo was the original student council president. Who eventually I think ended up getting replaced by Nimona because his rules were too stringent.
Also, shoutouts to Mela's boots. She has to like lift her legs up really high to walk because she can't bend her knees, I guess.
Yeah, shoutouts to not having knees.
Seems suboptimal.
Just a little bit.
But hey, they're really cool. So
They are really
that's
cool.
the trade-off.
I've not seen like cosplay of any of the Team Star bosses, but I can only imagine that there's some like really good cosplayers for each of their outfits.
I hope so, because these bosses, they seem to be made for cosplays.
So now
So
that
we just learned that.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Okay.
No, you.
Now that we have defeated the final boss, Cassiopeia has revealed themselves as the true leader of Team Star and has told us to go confront them at the school at night. So we're going to go do that. But from now on, we don't have any Star Barrages, so we no longer need our 2 partner Pokemon. And so now it's just Quackle from here on out.
And funny enough, even though it is nighttime right now, it does not need to be night in order for us to fight them. So.
It just works out that way. Funnily enough.
So this is where there we go. Clive just ripped off his clothes, and now he's wearing long pants. For some.
Where'd the pants come from? Suddenly pants. How does he do it? No one knows.
Master of quick changes.
Well, also the fact that he's just wearing a suit now, like that takes a bit to put on.
I mean, I feel like he could have worn that jacket underneath the other jacket from the school uniform. It would have been pretty warm, but.
Okay, this Oranguru is very annoying.
For every
this
Pokemon
Oranguru-
that does this category.
Except one. Shouts to Honchkrow.
Does Honchkrow
my
just
favorite
go?
bird. Honchkrow just sets up and go because it has insomnia.
Oh, Insomnia
And
does
it's
it.
dark type, so it can't get hit by Dream.
Yeah.
Even
Right.
they could get put to sleep.
Either way, we got hit by Yarn. Yarn is a move that puts you to sleep a turn after it's used, so we eventually have to heal it. The ideal situation is that Oranguru just yawns again.
Oh,
Reflect, so that's a little
Reflect, that's
slow.
dumb.
Unfortunate. That's totally fine. It just
Yeah.
means that we have to switch up our move order a little bit.
Yeah, it's not a
So
big
we are
deal.
now asleep. We are at +4 attack, which lets us sweep through the entire fight. Reflect means that we have to close combat on this Oranguru. Normally, we would want to Aqua Step to just set up speed. Close combat is a little bit slow, just because, as you will see here, it's not about the animation necessarily, but it's about the stat drop that comes after it. There's a couple of seconds of time loss after you use it, but it's the best option that we have to break through Reflect.
Yeah, and if it's used at the end of the fight, you don't see the stat drops. So when Dynam was fighting those 2 Star Appeals, we didn't see it, but since this is the first mod in the fight, we do unfortunately get to see.
Yeah, and the other thing that's annoying about Clavel's Oranguru is it doesn't always use Yawn consistently. It will use it turn 1, turn 2, or never. If it uses it never, you save time. If it uses it turn 2, you have to stall a turn because you can't be asleep when his second Pokemon comes out. So you need to wait a turn to actually fall asleep so then you can heal it off.
Yeah, Abominasto will bash Quackable with a wood hammer, and that is not fun.
Well, even the Pokemon that
think-
it doesn't hit with Woodhammer, it will set up a Aura Veil, which is very bad.
I'm sorry, Abominasto has a Aurora Veil?
Yeah.
That's terrifying.
I mean, yeah, if it didn't have that, I would just go with Venomoth. But I don't want that getting set up.
You learn something new every day, apparently. Yeah, but the rest of this fight is fine. The reason that we use Aqua Step is for Clavel's ace Pokemon.
The Grass Kitty!
The Grass Kitty, Meowscarada. At the beginning of the game, you pick a starter. Nimona picks the starter that your Pokemon is strong against, and Clavel picks up the remaining Pokemon and uses it in his team for this specific fight.
Yeah, this Grass Cat Meowscarada is super good. It's probably the best grass starter. at least from a speedrunning perspective, and probably overall, maybe. I don't know about some of the other like sort of ways to play like competitive and whatnot. Maybe there's some other grass starters that are better, but super quick, hits really hard. It's used in the Path of Legends speedrun. Yeah, really good
Pokemon. I love cats.
Cats are great.
Cats are excellent.
So we beat Clavel.
Did we ever
here.
mention that Clavel was Cassiopeia?
Yeah, I was
or
just
at least
about to
claimed
say.
be? So the whole reason we fought Clavel is because he says that he is Cassiopeia. Just kidding, he is not Cassiopeia. But just wants us to save us from the emotional grief of having to fight the actual Cassiopeia.
Nice zoom into his jacket there.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
some odd camera angles here.
Listen, it's a finely tailored suit. We just all want to appreciate it, okay?
In older versions of this game, there was some really weird stuff that happened, like graphically with this fight. And Spider can probably talk about that.
One time I flew to the academy at the end of the run, and the school didn't load. So there was just a blank thing behind our backdrop to our battle, which was very weird.
Also say hello to Briar. This is the only case where the DLC is relevant in the speedrun, because we do not want to talk to Briar. Briar is the trigger for initiating the Teal Mask DLC, and if we talk to Briar, that is a 2-minute time loss. More or less.
Yeah, because you can't back out of the conversation either. So you just...
Wait, oh my gosh, Cassiopeia was Penny the entire time?
Whoa.
What a twist.
Who could have seen this coming? Imagine.
And if you closely examine Penny's backpack, you might have an idea of what this fight's going to be.
Yeah, arguably best team in the game, best theme in the game, one might say.
Yeah, this boss theme is so good.
They gave the most reclusive character the most hard style theme in this game.
So good.
Get your dances in chat. Alright, so we are facing against an Umbreon to start. Umbreon has two moves that are a little annoying. One is called Baby Doll Eyes. Baby Doll Eyes is a priority move that lowers your attack by 1 stage. We are seeing Psychic here, which is okay. Psychic is the other move. It is super effective against us, and if we didn't set up a guard spec, it would have a chance of lowering our special defense by 1 stage, which is basically curtains for the fight, more or less. We set up 1 X attack, we're gonna eat another Psychic, live on 37 HP, thank goodness. If we got crit there, we would have to restart the fight. There's like no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We're gonna set up 1 more X attack here.
That's a high roll.
That was a crit.
Okay,
Yeah, no, that was a crit. All right, so we actually... All right, this is now interesting. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I should still be okay. Before guard spec runs out. Yeah, guard spec runs out on this turn. Yeah, so we're at +4 now. Umbreon's gonna Psychic, bring us down to like 60 HP, give or take. And then we should be good from there. And if we aren't, you'll find out.
Are you on Flareon quick attack range?
No. Flareon does 32 max with this HP defense threshold. So we need to press Aqua Step there because the next mon that comes out is Jolteon. Jolteon is a very fast evolution. Also, if you had not figured this out already, Penny's team is just all evolutions, minus Espeon and Glaceon. Rest in peace.
Two of the best ones. Come on. Leafeon's good though too, and that's a very controversial opinion.
Yes,
But I stand by it.
Espeon's definitely my favorite evolution for sure. But I mean, all of them are really cute.
Yeah, so all these mons they all know Baby Doll Eyes, but they all almost certainly see a kill with their other good moves, so they're not going to go for Baby Doll Eyes, but they might still do it. This game's weird.
Yeah, the AI in this
Beforehand
game
might,
tries... Yeah. AI tries to prioritize kills if possible, but sometimes if they see like you have too high attack or maybe your speed is a little too high, they'll try to use other moves like Reflect or Baby Doll Eyes, what have you. But the fight is now clear. All we have to do is click acrobatics on the Sylveon. Trans rights, by the way.
It's terastallizing.
It is terastallizing.
So what terastallizing is like the Mega Evolution or the Dynamax of this generation, and pretty much what happens is your Terra type, you effectively gain a boost to your moves of that Terra type. Very often your Terra type's the same as your like primary type. So now Sylveon's fairy moves will be doing double damage instead of the 50% more you'd have with the same type attack bonus. And it would have almost certainly seen a kill with Moonblast or whatever it has.
Moonblast or something.
Yeah. So it didn't attack there with Baby Doll Eyes.
But that is the last fight of the game. There is a sequence of about like 5 minutes of cutscenes to finish out the run. There's like wrapping up backstory. So just to give a quick overview of the rest of this cutscene over here shows how Penny as Cassiopeia essentially took all of the blame for what happened 18 months ago on her shoulders so that her friends, the Team Star bosses, would continue to be able to stay at the academy. It's like, oh my gosh, self-sacrifice. I love the story. It's also like so relatable to a lot of people. Like if you've ever been bullied in like elementary school, middle school, high school, like you know how it is like being the other. And I think this story like wraps it up pretty well in the sense that Clavel eventually like sees how much like all of these people have suffered, really, and just kind of reverts his original decision to expel Team Star from the academy based off of just learning and understanding. Really good story, really good music. Really love this game. Really love the speedrun, the single story category. I think this is probably a good time to do a couple of shout outs just because of all of the cutscenes that we'll be seeing. First off, you can find me on twitch.tv/dynam_. I stream a lot of Pokemon, occasionally do some Donkey Kong 64 randomizer recently, but mostly known as the Pokemon Speedrunner. Shoutouts to the Switch Pokemon speedrunning community. They're honestly how I have gotten into speedrunning, and I've met so many wonderful, welcoming, and fantastic people, and people I call friends now. Also, shoutouts to these 3 amazing people on my commentary couch. Glad to have gotten to know them over the last, over a lot of speedruns, honestly. And shoutouts to Church for having me on here. Shoutouts to the mod team, everybody that's involved in Hotfix for having me on and giving me this opportunity. Do y'all have any shoutouts you want to mention? Triv, Spider, Iron?
I think you covered it.
Yep.
Shoutouts to everyone. This game has a really cool community of people routing the game just because of how many different ways you could take it. And so, like, PSR is awesome, and I love the community so much, but this game in particular just was so much fun to route and learn with other people.
Yeah, same thing with what Spider said. It's been a lot of fun. I haven't played this game much recently, but it was a lot of fun when I was playing it. So, and had a lot of fun trying out new things. It's always fun to try something and it works better than what's been done before. So and lots of great people to kind of bounce ideas off of, including the folks in the chat here. So or in the call, I should say. So shout outs to you guys. You're all awesome, and everybody else in the community.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add, honestly. Great community, fun speedrun.
Also, doubly shout out to Trev, who is absolutely butchering her sleep schedule to be here right now.
Thanks, Trev.
I mean, thanks for having me. And I'd survive.
All right, we are now going to be leaving the academy. Last real input of the game here, or rather, I want to miss all the inputs here. Funnily enough, the Switch Pokemon games allow for turbo controls because we love promoting handheld. Mashing is just not really a fun thing and is not really a good, in my opinion, it's not a good qualifier of speedrunning anyway. But if you hold down Turbo A as you enter the entrance hall, you can actually just straight up talk to Briar from that distance, and that also triggers the cutscene.
So not talking to Briar is the real final boss of the category. It's not the Sylveon.
Truly. Yeah, this is the final cutscene of the run. Penny is going to give us a TM and is going to thank us for everything that we've done, and if you run any percent, you might see her in the later stages of the game. But time is going to end when there's going to be a little card, card that says Starfall Street complete. There's going to be a border that expands, and then the border is going to contract. When the border fully contracts and disappears from the screen, that is time. Hasta la vista, Penny. Starfall Street completes, and time.
GG.
GG.
Great run.
GG. Yeah, that is Pokemon Scarlet, Starfall Street, with our friends Quacklevolt, the Dancing Bird, Corviknight, the Stoic Steelbird, and everybody's favorite, Lechonk. So thank you very much for having me and everybody else on this Pokemon Showcase for Hotfix.
Yeah, thank you all very much. Really appreciate you all being on and showcasing the run and talking about it. Absolutely great running commentary from all of you, so thank you all very much. Pleasure to have you all on. I know you all said a lot of shoutouts and everything, but any final thoughts before we close?
Not really. Yeah, if you want to get involved with Pokemon speedrunning, especially the Switch games, feel free to join the Switch PSR Discord. You can find it on speedrun.com. Should be a link there. Everybody there is super helpful, super willing to get you involved with speedrunning, with whatever questions you may have. It's a really good time. Made a lot of friends over this last year and a half that I've been speedrunning Pokemon games. Do recommend. Fantastic group of people.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pokemon community has been one of the, just in general, one of the most accepting communities. So yeah, definitely give them give it a check out if you enjoy Pokemon and you're interested in speedrunning. With all of that said, yeah, we don't have anything more for y'all today. Again, thank you all so much for being on. Tomorrow we do have Frame Fatale's the Frame Fatale's 5-year anniversary special. That's starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, so hope to see you all there, everybody. Have a good night. We're gonna raid somebody real quick, and we'll hope to see you all over on that channel.